tough conditions out there for the team playing into the wind. Hugo Matthews. Always an interesting battle in the front row. Again, Kai Douglas clears. So difficult for him to generate any kind of distance with this strong wind. Take a look at the linesman's flag there to give you an idea of just how strong it is. Good clean ball from Bromsgrove. Again, they drive towards the 22, into the 22. Henley just managing to steady the ship here before it marches forward again. Advantage coming. And this time it's Henley that crack and concede the penalty. Now a big decision here, still 0-0. Approaching 7 minutes on the clock, and Bromsgrove go for the corner. Well, enough early confidence from the line out. Bromsgrove turning over the first one and securing one on either side and gaining yards with that drive. Again, 5 in the line, gathered clean at the front, and here they go towards the line, but it goes to ground early. Again, the advantage coming. This a free go at it for Bromsgrove. Brought down 5 metres from the line, but there's space on the right hand side, but it's coughed up forward. But the advantage was still being played by the referee. Henley survived, but how long for? So the penalty was for bringing down the maul. And again, the captain, Kai Douglas, decides that they're going to take the line out. Up goes Ronan Woodbine again. Again it goes down. Referee happy that that was legitimate though, so Bromsgrove tried and failed twice from that line out, but now Thomas Moore picks and goes. And they've turned that over, have Henley. Again, they've absorbed the pressure and managed to get their hands on the ball. This is a brilliant defensive effort so far, but that kick doesn't look like it's going to find touch. Tap back in by Henley. Can they manage to build something now in broken play? The big number 8, James Rhodes, goes barrelling forward. Broken line from Bromsgrove. Again, Rhodes takes it into contact. He's been busy on the rare occasions that Henley have had the ball. Morgan Zolkwa this time. Alex O'Brien dragged down, but useful yards here from Henley before they concede the penalty, just as they're looking like they're going to be able to build something and get some time on the ball. This is exhausting defensive work for the team in yellow and green. 10 minutes gone here, still Bromsgrove 0, Henley 0 in this RFU Under-17s National Shield final. Kai Douglas chips to the corner, and again Bromsgrove have a line out deep in the Henley 22. It's Woodbine again, the target, but he fails this time and it's picked off by Morgan Zolkver. Gets to a couple of tackles in the red scrum cap and gets out of his own 22. Again, it's James Rhodes, manages to get the offload away this time. Rhys Edwards, the inside centre. Dummy and go there from the captain, Jamie Winch, up over the halfway line. He's got someone to his left-hand side, weaving run from Winch. Gets round the fullback and into the 22, eventually dragged down. This is the first time Henley have been anywhere near the Bromsgrove 22. Alex O'Brien. Stack the numbers to the right-hand side. It's the captain again. Jamie Winch gets dragged down by the big front rower. Henry Heath this time. Little bit of space on the left-hand side if they can get the ball there. The pass just behind, gathered on the second attempt there by Harry Ray. It's still alive here for Henley. After that initial excitement, it's just slowed down a little bit. Bromsgrove, ill-disciplined though, hands on the ball. And as Henley try and go quickly, the referee just drags them back. Actually telling them that they need to keep the tackles down. So here come Henley. Driving towards the line, over the line, and the ball is down. The opening score from Alex O'Brien, the flanker, and what a response from Henley, absorbing the pressure for the opening 11 minutes, then a clean break from the outside half and captain Jamie Winch sets up the attack, and Alex O'Brien gets the first try of this Shield final. Let's take another look at this finish. Typical relentless attacking there from an open side flanker. They never know when they're beaten. And he dots down for the opening score. Henley 5, Bromsgrove 0. There's Jamie Winch with the conversion. It was his clean break and great awareness that got them to this position. This kick, not as easy as it looks. And you can see how much that flag over in the far corner is wobbling. Swings the trusty left peg, but doesn't catch hold of that one at all, so the conversion's missed. But as the clock ticks towards 14 minutes here, Henley 5, Bromsgrove 0. And I think Bromsgrove will see that as a sucker punch, but all credit to Henley. They've hung on, they've defended for their lives, and the first sniff they've had, they've taken the lead. There's the try scorer, Alex O'Brien. And here come Henley now with a bit between their teeth. Lovely offload. Finds the left winger, Harry Ray, careering up the touchline. But eventually he's bundled out. And all of a sudden, Henley basking in this final atmosphere here. And their supporters really getting behind them too. Again, Ronan Woodbine, pretty trusty at the line out, just the one error so far. Bit of space here for Bromsgrove. Alex Jones, round 1, round 2, round 3. Bundled out on this near side, but that's a real confidence booster for the left wing. Referee Jack Lewis just reminding Bromsgrove where the mark is. Good pick up off his toes there from Jamie Winch, finds James Rhodes. Winch again with the dummy before he gets it away. Henry Heath up over the halfway line. Benjamin Venner has to go and goes quickly from the penalty again. Henley taking the direct route. Quick defensive lift there from Bromsgrove, and the ball goes to ground. They've turned it over and they've got the advantage coming too. Excellent midfield pressure there from Bromsgrove, forcing the knock-on. The referee just wants a little bit of a chat here. He's pulled in the captain, Jamie Winch, and Hugo Matthews, the hooker. Is the man who the referee wants to have a chat to. It was interesting because it was him and his opposite number, Thomas Moore, who had some words early on in the game. Jack Hewitt with the put-in. 17.5 minutes gone here. Sam Piper, the number 8, picks and goes up over the 10-metre line. Nice ball there again, trying to find Alex Jones, but he's taken low by Callum Brady. And Henley have turned that one over. But again, conceded the penalty, and there's a bit of afters too. Well, Thomas Moore is there. The two hookers, feisty characters here. And that's a good kick. Kai Douglas again puts Bromsgrove inside the Henley 22. Just that Alex O'Brien score separating the teams at the moment. And other than that score, territorially at least, it's been all Bromsgrove. Jack Hewitt dances into contact. There are hands on it again, and Henley have managed to turn it over. Jamie Winch finds touch with that trusty left boot once more. Thomas Moore. He stayed down after that one. He's just taken a knee. He was clutching his left shoulder, and that's what the medics are having a look at. Interesting opening 20 minutes here of this under-17 National Shield final. Really gutsy performance from Henley. Bromsgrove controlling possession well when they have the opportunity, but perhaps a little bit guilty of poor execution in their opponent's 22. Henley, by contrast, have danced into the Bromsgrove 22 once and come away with 5 points here at Six Ways. Thomas Moore, he's back up and ready to go. These hookers are made of tough old stuff. And again, excellent arrows. Finds Rory Woodbine, the big number 5. Strong handoff there from Sam Piper, the number 8. He takes it into contact. Flat ball there, finds the outside centre, Dougie Bridge. A few more handy yards before being dragged out. Little chip over the top. There's space there if it gets a bounce, but no one's going to get there before the touchline. But another excellent kick. Henley being pinned back inside their 22. Little change attack there. Good defensive press there from Henley, so bit of space in behind. Kai Douglas tried to find it. That ball drilled there to the back of the line out. Gutsy play from Henley.
Guys, 10 metres please. 10 metres. 7, no!
And again, all Jamie Winch can do is put a left boot on it and invite 10. More pressure.
Got my arms in the air, the line-out's not over, I need you 10 metres
21
back.
minutes gone on our clock. Of course, our clock is just an estimation. We'll go on the referee's whistle for this 35-minute half.
Guys, hold your distance.
A little bit too much on that one, and again, Henley can come away with it.
Roll 8!
Bromsgrove lying on the ball there.
Number 8, roll away.
I think a disappointing thing for them so far in these opening 22 minutes will be the fact that they spent so much time in their opponent's 22, but just a tiny mistake allows them to relieve the pressure. And that one from Jamie Winch nearly hit us in the commentary position. So another storm weathered by Henley, at least for the time being.
Okay. Guys, once you've got your mark, I need you to stay with that foot on that mark, don't move, yeah?
Bit of swat in the lineup for Henley as Ivor Langley, wearing number 6, goes into the back line. Nearly a hand on it there from Woodbine, but Henley can come away with it again. The big number 8, James Rhodes, takes it into contact. Eventually he gets brought down by Jack Hewitt.
Timing, guys.
This time Winch puts boot to ball, and that will be gathered by Harvey Martin, who makes a bit of a meal of it. And in fact, the touchline was his friend there. No, did he knock that on, or did it go out first?
You did. That's your mark. So you keep that.
Well, he put a foot out before the ball went forward. Lucky escape there for the Bromsgrove fullback. Of course, you always think playing with the wind is a help, but it was certainly a hindrance there. Here come Henley then, putting plenty of width on it.
It is.
Henry Heath absolutely drilled there, but the referee taking them deep into the 22 there for that advantage.
10 metres. Offside.
Again, choosing to tap and go. This is a very similar position and ball carrier to where they got the try last time. Alex O'Brien takes it into contact, 6 metres from the try line. Switched inside, Rhys Edwards runs himself into trouble, but Henley get quick ball back. Henry Heath. This time it's Bromsgrove's turn to do some stern defence inside their own 22. Forcing Henley backwards at the moment as Morgan Zolper takes it in. Venner's there, finds Jamie Winch. Again, Alex O'Brien takes it in, but he gets driven back. This great defensive work from Bromsgrove, forcing Henley back. There could be a little bit of space here. It's the full-back going for the line, passes it inside and gets over. It's Callum Brady from the pass of William Parton. Well, let's take a look at this. 25 minutes gone. Henley have absorbed so much pressure inside their 22, but when they get the opportunity, they are ruthless. It was the break from William Parton, the fullback, got around two white shirts, had the sense and vision to look inside. Callum Brady ran a great support line from the right wing, and despite the attention of two defenders, manages to get the ball over the line to make it 10-0. Well, that's a better strike from Jamie Winch. But once again, the wind puts paid to the extras. 26 minutes gone. Henley 10, Bromsgrove 0. William Thompson gathers it at the second attempt. It's spilled out of the side. And Edward Houghton clears up the mess. Oh, brilliant tackle there. Huge pressure on the Henley captain, and he spills it forwards. That's the response that Bromsgrove needed. Once again, they find themselves with a set piece inside the Henley 22. About 20 metres in from the touchline. Henley defending with two on the blind side, despite the fact that Bromsgrove have only got one man there. But that one man is Alex Jones.
Set.
Only had the ball in hand once, but looks a very, very dangerous runner. Ball's come out of the side there. Referee happy to let play continue. Good quick ball here. This a lot sharper from Bromsgrove. William Reeves there in number 16. He's come on as a substitute towards the latter part of this first half. But once again, Henley's defence proves to be the difference between the two sides. They absorb the pressure, and it's the mistake from Bromsgrove. Still plenty of rugby to be played in this first half, but Henley can go into half-time with a lead. That would be absolutely huge, given the fact that they've spent so much time inside their own 22. And of course, they're playing into this fifth win. Such a clear day here at Worcester.
Told you twice. You're off your feet.
Henley running it from inside their own 22 again. Mark of a confident team. Bromsgrove's defence very narrow here, and Henley keeping it narrow too. Inside ball. Big hit from the front rower as well. Liam Green making his presence felt. Nudge into space again. Difficult one for Harvey Martin to deal with, but he misses the first tackle before he's dragged down on that right-hand side.
No, 6! Right, yellow! 6, listen, entry.
This time it's Henley who are a little bit too overeager as we approach the half an hour mark. Kai Douglas on that narrow side for the right footer. Finds touch, but a long way to go for Bromsgrove. Line out in between the halfway and the 10-metre line. Again gathered by Ronan Woodbine. Bit of tunnel vision there from the fullback Harvey Martin. There are options left. Ball's been spilled out, and again Henley have managed to get hands on it. Long pass from Rhys Edwards. Ball goes to ground, but the referee happy that it was off a foot, not a hand. And again Jamie Winch can find touch. Nothing going Bromsgrove's way at the moment. All the 50-50s just going in Henley's favour, but brilliant work at the breakdown from the green and golds. A few really valuable turnovers in this first half, but here come Bromsgrove again. Lovely short ball, tackle burst there from Thomas Shaw. And now space on the right hand side. There's a man on the overlap, nudged towards the touchline. Plenty of green and gold shirts over there, but unable to bundle him into touch. And once again, Bromsgrove inside the Henley 22. Oh, once again, it's coughed up. Unbelievable resilience from Henley.
No, it's right, lost. Time.
Bromsgrove need to find some composure. You feel as though if they could get one score, that would give them the spark to really get a foothold in this game. Because they've got ways of finding territory, just not ways of turning that into scores. They trail here 10-0 against Henley. There's been so much of this first half on the back foot. The open side flanker Alex O'Brien got the opening score, and the lead was doubled when Callum Brady
wait, guys,
great inside line and William Parton found him. Ronan Woodbine there, the number 5. He's been exceptional at the line out in this first half. Again up the blind side from Bromsgrove, back into the 22. Familiar territory for the white and reds. Little snipe from the scrum half, Jack Hewitt. That was a free ball. And Bromsgrove will have another penalty. Not tempted to go for the sticks, and this time a more precise kick. What a time this would be to get their opening try of the final. I mean, there's never a bad time to score. But as we approach half-time, it's amazing how quickly the momentum can shift in these finals. And again, it's a loose throw at the key moment, and it's back with Henley. Still a lot of work to do for Henley. Just 9 metres from their own line, it's passed back to the captain, Jamie Winch. And again, he finds touch. He's done well under pressure. I think his first kick was charged down, but after that, he's dusted himself off. It's been a really composed figure. In fact, probably he's been the difference between the two sides at the moment. Douglas just taking his eye off the ball there. Give some credit to the Henley defence there. Big lift, a lot of pressure on the young outside half.
Just keep a full on line for me till the ball's out. Crouch! Bind! set. Steady.
Jamie Winch. Little wrap around there. William Parton steps inside. It gets brought down in between the 10-metre line and the halfway line. Benjamin Bennett finds Winch.
Release 6.
Hands it off to Langley, who runs into a white and red wall.
Wait.
Winder's really picked up here now, absolutely howling into the faces of the Henley team.
Penalty advantage yellow.
James Rose, the number 8, picks it up, hands it to the try scorer, Alex O'Brien, who's brought down. Little nudge through there from the scrum half. Again, knew that the advantage was coming, knew that it was a free ball.
Number 10 offside. You've not got time for the line-up. No, if you kick it out, it's the end of the half.
And will that be the last play of the half? Yes, it will. A fascinating opening half here. Bromsgrove with a huge amount of territory in possession, but Henley with the 2 decisive blows. O'Brien with 1 try, Brady with another. And half-time here at Six Ways, it's Bromsgrove 0, Henley 10.
Yeah, please. Is that all right?
The referee takes his position, ready to get us restarted for the second half here at Six Ways. It's the RFU Under-17 National Shield Final. And Henley captain Jamie Winch will get us back underway after a fascinating opening 35 minutes. Bromsgrove, all the territory in possession. But Henley have managed to turn pressure into points. 2 visits to the opponent's 22 and 2 scores as Thomas Moore grabs the bull by the horns. He had an interest in first half. Quite the antagonist. He is at the centre of a lot of the collisions for Bromsgrove. Interesting battle between the 2 hookers, Moore and Matthews as well. But a great start there from Bromsgrove's number 2. Got amongst it with the quick penalty. And that's an excellent arrow there to find Ronan Woodbine as well.
You come off the back, you've gone into a player in front of you. Scrum, accidental offside. Watch what? And you just be aware of the report of a stamp there, just keep eyes on that for me, please. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Benjamin Bennett with a little slap on William Thompson's back to let him know the ball's coming in. James Rhodes, the big number 8, manages to get the offload away. Finds Alex O'Brien, the try scorer. Bennett finds Jamie Winch. Gets to use the wind this time. And here's Harvey Martin, recovered from that early fumble to find a little bit of space here, and it could open up for Bromsgrove up towards the halfway line. Skip through the tackle there from Dougie Bridge up towards the 10 metres. Kai Douglas puts Cameron Baxter to work. Sam Piper takes a good run up at it, and he's brought down just short of the gain line. Little dab into space here for Bromsgrove. Tough one for the full-back Parton to deal with. Manages to get some hands on it though. Is chased all the way back. And Kai Douglas chases his own kick, makes the tackle, and Bromsgrove turn the screw. Certainly territory-wise, picking up where they left off in the first half, deep in the Henley 22. Now Moore and Woodbine been pretty reliable from the line out until they've got into this position, which is where the mistakes have crept in. This time though, it's pretty safe. Ronan Woodbine gathers. Thomas Moore's in there. And they're creeping towards the 5 metre line, closer to the post as well, getting a roll on here. 3 metres, 2 metres. Referee calls them to a halt. Thomas Moore wanted to go quickly again. Really does want to make things happen here. The referee wants to chat to his assistant.
I haven't seen it. What have you got?
Okay, after the ball moved away.
Yeah.
It's white making contact on the side of the body of a yellow player on the floor deliberately.
With what part of his body?
With his boot.
So he's kicked a player in the side. How hard is the contact?
It's not enough for severe sanction.
Okay, so from what you've described to me, you've got a player who's kicked out a player on the floor.
Kicked, raised his foot, and come down on the player.
Okay, onto the body. So that sounds like a yellow card to me. Okay, number 6 white. 6 white, captain.
Well, once again, Kai Douglas has to do some chatting on behalf of his players because Cameron Baxter is the guilty party. and he will receive a sin bin for deliberate contact on the floor, and once again it's poor discipline that costs Bromsgrove when they're inside the 22. Well, 7 minutes down to 14 then for Bromsgrove.
Substitutions. Your mark here, right? Can I either stop the game on that one next time, Phil, just so that I'm sure if we've got attacking at
As Henley makes some changes, on comes Scott Carey wearing number 22 and Thomas Grenfell wearing number 25.
Just hold the ball for me, Phil. Fellas, hold on.
Changes in the front row. Off go Henry McLeod and Hugo Matthews.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Well, nothing quite like pressure, is there? Coming straight on in a cup final.
Okay. Time back on.
And you've got to throw your line out straight away. Will Henley be able to take advantage of Bromsgrove being down to 14? Good quick hands there, and Henry Heath finding the outside shoulder of the defender. Dab towards the halfway line there, but a little bit too much on that. A rare mistake from Jamie Winch hands the initiative back to Bromsgrove.
Yep. T. Just make sure once the ball's gone, you leave the 9 alone for me, okay? Alright, we'll have yellow on the line.
Well, when you're down to 14, you want to be playing rugby in these areas of the field. Again, Ronan Woodbine safe from the line out.
No, he hasn't changed his mind. Don't change your mind. Don't bring it down.
Ball moving forward here for Bromsgrove. It's the hooker, Thomas Moore, takes it to ground.
Scrum advantage, yellow.
Ball goes to ground, advantage being played by the referee, but Henley want a little bit more. They shift it wide, but Bromsgrove keep their defensive shape and bring Callum Brady down. The advantage is over.
10 is lost now, release. Release 10. Thank you.
Henley looking to free the hands and get the offloads away, but need to be careful they're not isolated. Committing plenty of men to the breakdown at Henley. Reese Edwards takes it into contact. William Parton this time. Picked up by Alex O'Brien, gets the offload away, up over the halfway line now at Henley.
Offside's good.
Venner finds Winch, moves it to the right-hand side. It's an awkward pass, but Callum Brady gathers it on the bounce.
No release! Leave it! Roll away. Number 10, roll away.
Well, the second half thus far, a lot like the first. Bromsgrove with all the territory, but then Henley get an opportunity and manage to make real inroads into the Bromsgrove half, but this time it's Henley who coughed the ball up. Bromsgrove still down to 14. Put boot to ball. William Parton. That's been turned over though.
Unlucky fella, knocked on. Jackal was good.
But illegally, well, says the referee. The ball's gone forward. Off a Bromsgrove hand.
All right. Yeah, what number?
As Harry Nichols makes his way onto the field of play for Bromsgrove.
Number 7. Yeah, looks like he's got first. Guys, how many? Okay, 1, 2, 3, Guys, you've got to drop someone into the back line. It's got to be 7 on 7. No, it's still contested.
He's
but it's
come on
gotta
for
be
Samuel
numbers.
Sullivan,
Okay.
the open side flanker.
Crouch!
8 minutes gone of this second half.
Fellas, just find a compromise on height. So come up a
Both
little
teams
bit, come down.
starting to ring the changes.
No, he hasn't. You've got to find a compromise. He's much taller. Crouch! Bind! Set! Steady!
Werner puts the ball in. He's under pressure there from his opposite number, but manages to get it away.
Yeah, good.
Jamie Winch dabs it straight to the fullback, Harvey Martin, but that's a good chase there, and the tackle made by Henry Heath. The substitute, Harry Nichols, gets his hands on the ball for the first time, just up over the halfway line. Bromsgrove take it down the blind side.
Roll tackler! Roll away, 6. Advantage.
Advantage coming there for diving over the top. Rare bit of ill discipline there from Henley.
Stay up.
There's the left winger Harry Ray, who is the guilty party. Back sometimes a little bit guilty of overzealousness when committing to those breakdowns.
Mark here.
Bromsgrove have another line out in their opponent's 22. Surely they have to make one of these stick. Approaching 10 minutes gone in the second half. Once again, it's Woodbine. He's under pressure at the front of the lineup, but gathers well. Great pair of hands on the big second rower. Oh, that's a good pickup from the outside half too. Drops it off to Thomas Shaw.
Tackle!
Good quick hands. Opens up a bit of space for Sandpiper.
Scrum advantage.
Ball's gone to ground. There's an advantage coming for Bromsgrove here though. So they've got a free shot at it. Not many options to the left-hand side though. Kai Douglas, the outside half and captain, takes it in a bit more space now, and fumbled and gathered at the second attempt by Zach Woolhams, the replacement wearing 21. Again, they go left.
Roll tackler!
Woolhams.
Release 5, no hands. Good play on off feet. No hands, yellow roll.
Smack bang in front of the sticks, 15 metres from the try line for Bromsgrove. Still trailing 10-0 here.
Release, yellow. No hands. Back
Looking
feet.
to make
back
something
feet.
happen
Advantage.
with some hard yards, just 6 metres short. The ball's out, there are numbers. Could it open up for the captain? No, he ignores the men to his left-hand side, but it's still on here for Bromsgrove.
No advantage.
And the referee brings them back for the advantage. It's bang in front of the sticks. Will they go for the points here?
Use the line.
I mean, they're 2 scores behind, and they are. The referee points towards the sticks. I just think it's important for them to get some points on the board. Spent a lot of time in their opponent's 22, and each time they've come away scoreless.
If this
And
goes
this is
down,
about as close to a gimme as you will get.
he's back on if this goes dead.
Jack Hewitt, the scrum half, is on kicking duties. He pops it over, and finally, after all the pressure, after all the territory, Bromsgrove are off the mark.
Okay.
Bromsgrove back up to 15 as well. Well, will that be a big momentum swing in this National Shield final? Bromsgrove down to 14 men, still kept applying the pressure, and actually managed to score some points whilst they were a player down. Big moments here as Josh Cannings, the big number 3, gets his hands on the ball. Zach Woolham's the substitute. He's been busy since he came on.
Number 11 playing a player without the ball.
Again, Thomas Moore screaming at his teammates, saying he wants it quicker.
Take a step for us. Yeah, thanks, Henley.
No matter what the result here at Six Ways, there's one player who can certainly walk off the field of play with his head held high, knowing that he's given it absolutely everything.
Oh, sorry, fella.
Real wind in the sails of the Bromsgrove supporters as well. The club put coaches on. They've brought a good few hundred here to Six Ways. They're all sat below our commentary position, making quite a din. They sense that the tide could be turning here.
7, release, roll!
More real discipline from Henley. Again, it's Moore who wants to go quickly. Got numbers to the left, but the outside half puts boot to ball.
Tackle without the ball.
Well, Henley's defensive lift really putting the outside half under pressure there, but there were numbers left.
10.
The referee wants to have a chat to the captain here. Let's just have a little look. The ball went forward. More pressure from Henley. It's communicated well, the referee. As we approach 50 minutes, he's been in full control of this final throughout. There are a few colourful characters out there. They'll be giving him a challenge. Jack Lewis in full control here, as this time Henley mount a rare attack in this second half. Jamie Winch again pulling the strings. Henley choosing to keep it quite narrow here. Scott Carey takes it in. Henry Heath steps inside, shouts of line speed from the Bromsgrove coaches, and it's working too. They're forcing Henley back and they've turned the ball over. Excellent defence there from Bromsgrove. Forced Henley back about 30 metres and managed to get their hands on the ball. A lot of bodies committed to this breakdown though. 4 players on the blind side. Again, look at that lift though from Rhys Edwards. He missed the tackle in the end. Bromsgrove can make their way up to the 10-metre line. There goes Josh Cannings barrelling forward. And there's a lot of penalties in quick succession here for Henley. I think the referee just wants to calm things down here. He wants to have a chat with Jamie Winch.
Sorry?
He's given him his instructions and he's sent him on his way.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14,
But a chat like that usually means that a card's coming. So Henley, well, best behaviour for them for the next 20 minutes. Robbie Baxter, wearing number 18, is on for Bromsgrove. Change of tact in the lineup. This time it was number 8, Sam Piper, who went up.
Good 19, well done.
Pick and go from Thomas Moore.
Release now, yellow lost!
Sure for Bromsgrove, there are some hands in there from Henley, but still comes back on the white side. Dougie Bridge.
7, release! Good 7, get outside. Good.
Henley have
Right,
got
right,
hands
release,
on
15.
that.
No hands, lost right.
A little bit messy.
Tackle release.
Henley
15.
turned the ball over. Thomas Moore
Marcus there.
got in there illegally.
15, release.
Again, he's questioning everything.
Something to get into.
There's the Bromsgrove hooker. As there's another substitution here for Bromsgrove. Kofi Richards comes off. And we're in number 19. Edward Groves takes the field in this National Shield final.
It's not a penalty against you, it's the first guy for not releasing. I'm ready when you're ready.
And that's William Properjohn wearing number 20. As that penalty just creeps into touch. Wowee. That would have been a mistake. Once again, Winch finds touch. And the front lifters already wrapped around Ronan Woodbine there. They're going to challenge this line out. Up he goes. Oh, gets a finger on it as well, and Bromsgrove have turned that over.
Rolls, 19! Yellow, no hands! Good. Roll tackler! Ball's coming. Watch 11 on the floor there. Watch it, Andy. Thank you.
Cameron Baxter with the hard work. It's been picked off though. Unbelievable. Henley are going to go under the sticks. Rhys Edwards wearing number 23 reads the pass as Bromsgrove puts some width on it, and surely that is a huge step towards Henley taking this Shield final. Bromsgrove 3, Henley 15. Once again, it's a sucker punch from the green and golds, having absorbed all that pressure, but brilliant vision, a great take, and a powerful finish from Rhys Edwards. Well, what for Bromsgrove now? A real test of character for the Midlands side.
Just over 15.
Jamie Winch has been unsuccessful with his 2 conversions so far, but other than that, has had a real impact on this game with that left boot. This one in front of the sticks with the wind.
30 seconds.
And the conversion's good. Henley 17, Bromsgrove 3. Well, let's take a look at this pick from Rhys Edwards. Took a huge gamble, because if he misses that, then it opens up for Bromsgrove. But when it pays off, it really pays off. A bit of an early celebration there from the inside centre before checking over his shoulder. But a massive moment there. What a play from the inside centre, possibly a match-winning play. 15 minutes to go here, and a 2-score lead for Henley, just as Bromsgrove we're building some kind of momentum.
Yeah, you've got 15 left. Plenty of time. It is. Mark here.
Well, Properjohn will move out to the wing as Charlie Gibbon makes his way onto the field of play.
Crouch! Rewind. Set.
Well, what now for Bromsgrove? Sam Piper picks and goes. They move it out to the left-hand side. That's a good ball and suggestion of a high tackle.
15 high tackle.
As the winger was bundled into touch.
Marks actually where it happened. I don't believe he was.
Take another look at this. Ball was moved quickly there out to the left winger, and yes, William Parton guilty, being a little bit too high there. Referee was in a good position. And Bromsgrove find themselves in a familiar position inside the Henley 22.
Wait, guys, wait!
Woodbine again. Real rock.
22, come out!
Set piece. They're now marching towards the line. They've threatened to do this a few times, but it's gone to ground. The wind picks up again. Bromsgrove just a little bit too flat and overrunning the pass. As the wind picks up, howling into their faces.
Release, tackler!
Now the referee will reach for his pocket. And it's Henley who will be down to 14 as Bromsgrove go quickly.
10.
Well, the referee drags them back just as it looked as though
He hasn't even left the field yet.
he was going to let them go with it. Thomas Grenfell, the guilty party.
Sorry? What'd you say?
All credit to Bromsgrove here, showing huge faith in that line out. They tried and failed a few times.
Yep. Phil, just because it's hard to tell.
But they know in Moore and Woodbine,
Give me colour.
we've got a pretty reliable line-out operation. Goes to the back this time, scooped down with that big right hand, and a little bit more pace on it this time, 5 metres. Between Bromsgrove and the try line, 4, 3, 2 metres, they're over the line, and that is the try. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. They've stuck with that tactic, and it's finally paid off. And of course, it's Thomas Moore who gets the try. He's had a relentless 60 minutes here at Six Ways. And he has breathed life into this final. 10 minutes to go. And this tough kick to bring Bromsgrove to within a converted score. That is right into the wind, and you can see the effect the wind had on that kick. It was a tough one, but still life in this final. Bromsgrove 8, Henley 17. Well, the noise has really picked up inside this Six-Way stadium now. Bromsgrove supporters can sense something happening here. They were building momentum before Rhys Edwards picked off that interception. Oh, beautiful hands there from Liam Green. Thought he'd just done enough to keep that in. The twinkle-toed prop forward. Actually, can we take another look at that? There we go, Liam Green popping it out the back door. But the linesman in a good position. He decided that some of that big boot was on the whitewash. So the strong chase from Henley gives them some field position. And more importantly, takes some time off the clock as well. Bromsgrove still need 2 scores here.
steady.
Substitute scrum half Charlie Gibbon. Inside ball there. Finds William Parton. Gibbon goes blind. Off to Scott Carey, the substitute in the pink socks, gets driven backwards. Oh, nearly picked off there this time by Thomas Shaw, but Henley keep their hands on the ball. Jamie Winch has to think fast. But offside in the midfield from the attacking team means that Bromsgrove will have the opportunity to put the ball in once again from the line out. Well, they certainly haven't given up. The crowd haven't either. According to our clock, 6 or so minutes to go. But there will be a little bit more time than that because we go off the referee's watch and our clock is continuous.
Scrum advantage, yellow.
Ball forward off a Bromsgrove hand.
15. Mark on the line, fellas, on the line. About 8 minutes. Crouch! Binds! Set! Release.
Alex O'Brien. He's moving to the number 8 position, picks and goes, makes some quick yards. Henry McLeod plays scrum half. Good line speed from Bromsgrove, drags down Jamie Winch. His hands on it there from Bromsgrove, and Henley not releasing. Inside the final 5 minutes, they go quickly, ignoring the touchline this time. Dougie Bridge dragging defenders into the 22. Good pick up there from Cameron Baxter. Bromsgrove going inside despite they've still got a 3-on-2 out left if they can get the ball there. Alex Jones gets dragged into touch, just a tiny bit too slow and the opportunity was lost. But expect real pressure on this Henley line-out from Bromsgrove. They'll throw Woodbine up at the front. He's got a vital hand on it a couple of times. And if they can get a score here, we are in for a barnstorming finish.
Stay out the line out there, 9, good. Wait, 9, that's good.
That's a better line-out from Henley. Jamie Winch puts a left boot to it. And Bromsgrove will have the chance to attack from the 22. Keep your eye on that clock. If Bromsgrove are going to have a chance, they need to score now.
Wait, go back.
Again, the safe hands of Ronan Woodbine.
Good. No, that's a new ball.
Set up the drive.
Entry, yellow, get it right, good. 2, come out, 3, come out. Once. First, that's an injury, time off. Time is off. Fella, take a knee, sorry.
Well, there have been some fantastic performances out there today. For Bromsgrove, Thomas Moore has been absolutely relentless. Ronan Woodbine, a real example of what a line-out jumper should be. Alex Jones has looked dangerous, and Harvey Martin at fullback as well. After a shaky start when he's been called upon on the rare occasions. As for Henley, Really impressed with Alex O'Brien, the open side flanker. Benjamin Venner went through a lot of work as well, the number 8. And of course, Rhys Edwards with that moment of magic. That's looking like it could be the difference, could be the moment that really sealed this final for Henley. But I think the difference between the two teams and the man of the match is the captain for Henley, Jamie Winch. When they were under the cosh in the first half, it was his pace, his vision that took them up into the 22. His left boot has been pretty metronomic, not necessarily off the tee, but out of hand he's relieved a lot of pressure. So the man of the match is Jamie Winch, but it's not over yet.
No, not long enough. No, it's all right.
Bromsgrove, 5 metres out. Again, it's Thomas Moore. Takes the ball into contact. The attacking line is flat, but sitting deep is Sam Piper. He's behind all of the backs, and he's taking space out wide now. In fact, the number 8 will be the furthest player wide, but they go narrow again. Doogie Bridge. Thomas Shaw's brought down.
No, wait, good fellas.
This time they go left. Doogie Bridge doesn't get the ball away. Numbers pouring left. Huge tackle, but there's a bit of space for the man wearing number 11 to go into the corner. Alex Jones closes the gap. Is it too little too late, or is there life in this final yet? We've said throughout this match that he looks dangerous, and Alex Jones gets over the whitewash. Finally, Bromsgrove shows some discipline inside the 22. It was great pressure from Rhys Edwards to make the hit, but composure from Bromsgrove, and Alex Jones takes them to within 4 points.
After this, about 3.
So the kick has been missed. So Bromsgrove need a try. Had that kick been converted, they could have engineered a position for a drop goal. But what's important for them now is they gather this kick off and they apply pressure straight away. Henley, well, what for them now?
3 minutes.
It's been a massive test of character throughout this match for Bromsgrove. They've been applying pressure, and every time Henley's outlet has been a try. Now, Bromsgrove have the bit between their teeth. It's a scrappy pass, and our clock is now in the red. We, of course, go on the referee, but there is not a lot of time here for Bromsgrove to capture something. Have they left it too late? Or is there another twist in this fascinating final?
Timing, guys.
A long way to go for Bromsgrove. Kai Douglas moves it into the centres.
Release, tackle!
William Woodbine takes it into contact. Little dummy there from Kai Douglas.
Well, tackle,
Shows a bit of strength. Thomas Grenfell makes the tackle though.
Roll, tackler!
Jack Hewitt.
Roll away. Number 18. You have.
So what happens with this penalty gives us an idea of how much time is on the referee's clock, as William Reeves, the substitute, wearing number 16, gets himself on. Well, if it's going to be time for the line out,
Just under. Okay.
well, Henley have defended their hearts out for this match. They've spent so much time in their own 22, but finally the defensive wall was broken, and Bromsgrove have managed to get over for 2 tries. They need one more.
Option.
But what a time for Bromsgrove's line out to Creek.
If you could tell everyone else, I stop asking.
Bromsgrove 13, Henley 17. Bromsgrove haven't led at any point in this final. O'Brien made it 5-0, Brady made it 10-0 just before the break. Hewitt got the penalty from under the sticks to get Bromsgrove off the mark. Since then they've managed 2 tries as that to break up the blind side from the replacement scrum half. Manages to stay up long enough to get support. Still time on the referee's watch here. There are shouts of time off from the bench, but we haven't received any confirmation of that. Henley going through the tactic, going through the phases, but they could be holding the number 13 up here. And they have as well. Henry Heath has been kept on his feet, and Bromsgrove will have another bite at the cherry. George Skitt, wearing number 20, has come on for the final throws of this match. He'll take his place on the right wing.
Just tiny shove. Wait till the ball's in.
And Bromsgrove have the put in at the scrum. Great drama here at Sixways. The first of 4 games we'll be bringing you live. The RFU Under-17 Shield Final. Bromsgrove 13, Henley 17.
Sorry, fellas, reset.
Chance to reset. Kai Douglas, the captain. We're in number 10. Just a few words. Let's go again, boys, he says. Big moments for him.
Binds. Set. Steady.
Big moments for everyone out there. What a massive test of character. This is what rugby at this level is all about. Could it open up temporarily? No. The captain's brought down. But Bromsgrove again managed to win the penalty. They go quickly. Henley have to have their wits about them here because their defensive line is not set. Who can dig the deepest here in the final throws of this Under-17 Shield final?
Good two.
Bromsgrove into the Henley 22. How many times have we said that over the last 70 minutes or so? Just taking their time now. The first time we've really seen composure. Not in a rush. Doogie Bridge, he's been such a strong ball carrier throughout, makes yards again. Just 10 metres to go. The substitute, George Skitt, brought down inside the 22. The ball's still alive. There's a toe on it, but it's kept in play on the near side.
That's enough. Regathered.
Penalty to Henley. And that's it. They've managed to hold on despite the Bromsgrove onslaught. What a brilliant National Shield final. Full-time score. Bromsgrove 13, Henley 17. Well, the body language from Bromsgrove says it all. It's very much a day of what could have been. They huffed and they puffed, but they couldn't blow the house down. Henley, a classic example of defence winning matches. They came under so much pressure. They had 2 opportunities to score in the first half and took them both. They only had 1 in the second half, and that was a moment of magic as Rhys Edwards picked off an interception pass. But that was enough. The heart and the guts to get them over the line. The man of the match, the captain, the outside half, Jamie Winch, will lift the National Shield. Full-time Bromsgrove Under-17s 13, Henley Under-17s 17. Henley are the National Shield champions.
Good fight. Bad luck, fellas. Cheers, thank you, sir. Thanks, sir. Cheers, sir. Thank you. Close one, eh? Yeah, close one.
Great sportsmanship between the two teams after an enthralling final. Huge credit to Henley. They really do know how to dig in. Bromsgrove swept all before them in the build-up to this final. 47-7 against Newcastle Staffs, 45-22 against Southport. Head coach Ross Baxter said before the match they were strong off the bench, they were powerful, they knew how to grind teams down, and we saw that throughout this final. As the match wore on, they looked more and more likely to do something. As for Henley, they really do know how to dig in. Their semi-final, 12-7 against Medway. They hung on there. And a win by 4 points today. They know how to do it when it matters. Huge credit to them. And I'm sure they'll enjoy this victory. The match officials receive their commemorative medals. Jack Lewis had a good game alongside his assistants Andrew Wigley and Philip Holsworthy. And always a tough one for the runners-up as they receive their silver medals. Kai Douglas, the captain, he was the first to receive his. And of course it's a results business, and very often you remember the defeats more than you remember the victories, but I hope they look back on this National Shield final with some kind of positive memories in years to come, because there was some excellent rugby played. And a real show of a team that never quite knows when they were beaten, because they threw everything at Henley, and every time they did, there was just something, well, usually a try, that stopped them getting back into the game. Tough one to take for Bromsgrove. But now Henley, by contrast, well, you can see the smiles as they get in their gold medals and trying to keep hold of that winner's banner in the wind. Really are challenging conditions for the players today. But an incredible Shield final performance from them. Everything that you could want as a coach, as a supporter, and most importantly as a teammate. They give absolutely everything for each other. Came under huge amounts of pressure. Spent more time inside their own 22 than any other place on the pitch. Led around by captain Jamie Winch, but there were huge performances all over the park. Rhys Edwards scored that great try. William Parton was tidy from fullback. Benjamin Venner, the scrum half, he was replaced a little bit later on. The relentless work of Alex O'Brien at open side flanker as well. And there, the captain has the photo of the Shield with the dignitaries. But to the winners go the spoils. The under-17 National Shield champions are Henley. Hello and welcome back to Six Ways. It's RFU National Under-17 Finals Day, and after an exhilarating Shield final, it's now time for the plate. It's Old Albanians against Chester in our second of 4 matches today. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. Starting for Old Albanians then, we've got a front three of Daniel Kendall Troughton, Fred Deacon Gregory and Sam Atkinson in the engine room. It's Toby Pearce at 4, Ollie Moody at 5 in the back row, David Mendez at 6, the captain is Sam Carrow at 7 and Alfie Booth is at 8. The halfback Sam Austin at 9, Charlie Ringland at 10, Rory Hextall on the left wing, Harry Collins, James McCullum in the centres, Ash Willing on the right wing and Lewis Butterworth is the fullback. Chester in the red shirt and the dark shorts line up with Henry McKeever, Morgan Whale, Dominic Cleverley in the front row, Wilf Smith and Harry Wilkinson in the second row, Harry Dean, Chris Brimlow and Cameron Smith make up the back row. The captain is the scrum half Harry Craven and Tom Hancock is outside him at number 10. The back three, James Fox at 11, Dominic Duggan at 14 and Matthew Bates at 15, and the centres Harry Jackis at 12 and Owen Roberts at 13. There have been a few changes on the benches. Old Albanians, Mahendra Leonard at 16, George Middleton 17, Rob Shermer 18, Jack Norman 19, Tom Sherwood 20, Jacob West 21, Rhys O'Neill 22. But I've just had a piece of paper shoved in my hand. Lots of changes to the Chester bench. Morgan Johnson at 16, Thomas Arnold 17, Joseph Gunn 18, Harry Maltby, as on your screen, at 19, Will Richards at 20, George Campbell 21, and Leif Walsh is at 22. But I'll keep you updated with all of that throughout the match. Chester in the red jerseys, Old Albanian in the maroon navy and gold hoops. The RFU Under-17s plate final live from Six Ways. Chester kicking into that howling wind will get us underway through Tom Hancock, the outside half. And that's a confident grab from the opening kickoff here. 35 minutes each way in Under-17s. No extra time either. If at full time it is a draw, the team with the most tries will win. If there are no tries scored, or if there are an equal amount of tries scored, then it's the team that scored the first try. And if there are no tries scored, then it will be the team who scored the first goal. So important to turn those pressure into points early on in these finals. Great hands there from Old Albanian straight away, opening up some space on the left-hand side for Ash Willing, number 14 on his back, but starting on the left wing, Sam Austin finds Charlie Ringland. Ball spilled forward, and that's a sharp start from Old Albanian. Chester put boot to ball, and we can see the wind holding the ball up there. High tackle there from Chester, so the first penalty of the final goes Old Albanian way. We'll have a first look at the set piece as we approach 2 minutes here at Six Ways. Pretty clear day here in Worcester. But if you have just joined us, there is a howling wind from right to left on your screen. Referee not happy with how straight the line out was. So from having a look at the first line-out, let's have a look at the first scrum. Of course, this 4G pitch at six ways, always steady underfoot for both packs. That's a good drive on the early scrum from Chester. Real impact on the collision from Sam Carrow, the open side flanker for Old Albanians as well. Harry Dean takes it in for Chester. Dominic cleverly gets dragged down, and Old Albanians have managed to turn the ball over. David Mendez takes it into the 22. Kendall Troughton. Well, it's a battle of the turnovers at the moment. Chester come away with it this time. Ollie Moody makes the tackle, then takes his place at the back of the ruck. Chester have gone quickly here. Harry Craven, the scrum half, looking to release the backs. Matthew Bate tiptoes up over the halfway line. Lightning quick from Chester. Harry Wilkinson there, the big second rower, has to dig deep to make a couple of hard yards. Morgan Whale, the hooker. Switch back inside by Hancock. Chester plugging away up that blind side, but it's a sharp dummy by the captain, Craven, into the 22. That's his second quick break in the first 5 minutes here. Looks to throw the dummy again. But a shrill blast to the referee's whistle. And Chester will have a penalty. Deep in the Old Albanians 22, and they're going to go for the corner as well. Fearless cup final playing here from the team from the northwest. 5.5 minutes gone of the first half. It's probably the sensible choice actually, because despite the fact that it was a kickable goal, that would be straight into the wind, and that would take some effort to clear the posts from there given the conditions. Just getting a ball on the pitch as Chester's Harry Jackis, the inside centre, doing some stretches there, stretching his calves out, doesn't want to be a victim of cup final cramp. Gathered at the front by Wilf Smith. Chester look to set up the drive. It's moving, but slowly. Very close to the line here, Chester, with their first visit to the 22. Cameron Smith there, desperately looking to try and get the ball down. Well, Old Albanians roll it into touch, but the referee was playing an advantage and he'll bring them back. Bit of gamesmanship there from David Mendez to stop Chester getting the ball to the spot. Once again, Harry Jackis is called upon. Chips the ball to the corner. I tell you what, I don't know whether it was the angle that I looked at it, but it looked like that could have drifted the other side of the flag there. Well, that would have been a mistake. Still, Chester with another bite at the cherry. A line out 5 metres from the Old Albanian try line. 7.5 minutes gone here, still 0-0. in this under-17 plate final. Old Albanian sending up a couple of jumpers there. They go short this time. Move off the training ground, but foiled on the narrow side, 4 metres from the line. Being driven towards the try line. Oh, the ball's gone to ground there. Dominic cleverly. Pass just a little bit behind him as the big prop was looking to barrel towards the line. Gets a tap of encouragement though from his hooker Morgan Whale. Sam Austin with the put-in. Look at the flags blowing behind the scrum there. Tremendous wind blowing as Alfie Booth picks and goes. A little bit of space again here for Old Albanian. Chester a little bit too high with the tackles, and after all that hard work holding on, and once again the scrum half Craven's gone quickly. Real live wire number 9. Perhaps guilty of not releasing the ball there though, and he's brought down just outside the 22. And once he's out of the play, things noticeably slow down for Chester. Minutes gone here. An Old Albanian weathering the storm at the moment. Well, a bit of a miss hit on the kick from Charlie Ringland, the Old Albanian outside half, but he finds touch pretty much in a straight line from where he kicked it from. It's Fred Deacon Gregory to get the ball in for Old Albanian, and that's well gathered at the back of the line by Ollie Moody. Short ball to Alfie Booth. Oh, that's well gathered by Charlie Ringland. Wasn't the easiest of passes. Here comes Lewis Butterworth. Gets the ball out. Could open up here for Old Albanian. But they've got the penalty. Excellent work up the right-hand side. They do look like there's a dangerous counter-attack in them. Charlie Ringland finds touch. Again, that didn't look to be the cleanest of kicks. Maybe a few final nerves. Nervous energy does have a strange effect on people in these kind of environments. 12 minutes gone. Old Albanian weathered some pressure inside their own 22, now have the chance to exert some of their own. Moving towards the Chester try line, pulled down 5 metres. A little bit too much whip on that pass, but it's been recovered. George Campbell, he's on the right wing, he's wearing number 21. With flat ball to the outside centre. Who gets called for crossing? Owen Roberts, sorry, James McCallum, just as he thinks it's opening up. Old Albanian in the opening phases here look like they have an electrifying backline. Just need to find them a little bit of space. Charlie Ringland at 10 needs to keep his composure and release them, because they can do damage here. Clean take at the front there from Wilf Smith, and this time it's Chester's turn to march forward, up over the halfway line. Morgan Whale eventually gets it to ground despite David Mendez's best efforts. Harry Wilkinson. Flat ball and a good line cut there by Matthew Bate. Oh, great strength there. Alfie Booth, the number 8, goes quickly from the penalty and bounces off the tackler. Ash Willing brought down on the 10-metre line. Sam Austin finds Ringland, finds the captain Sam Carrow. Little pass out the back door there. Butterworth's brought down. Apologies, it was Hextall brought down. Deacon Gregory. This time it's Sam Atkinson who bounces off the tackler. Alfie Booth. Rory Hextall flings the offload away. It's James McCullum. Chester have managed to turn that one over. Brushing defenders aside there over on the far side. Still 0-0 here, 15 minutes gone. Another dummy and go from the scrum half, who gets the offload away to Alfie Booth. No one in support of Booth. Now Chester into the 22 following Cameron Smith's break. Again the scrum half, Harry Craven, goes under the sticks. What an electric start he has had to this final. Clean break after clean break. Dummies the one way, spots some flat-footed defenders, and it was hands on the head from Sam Carrow, the captain, because he knew what was coming. Chester's captain opens the scoring here at Six Ways. It's Chester 5, Old Albanian 0. And Harry Jackis drills the extras through from under the sticks. 17.5 minutes on our clock. It's Chester 7, Old Albanian 0. How will Old Albanians respond then? We're back underway. Bit of a warning there for Fred Deacon-Gregory from the referee. Some fancy handling from Wilf Smith as well. Morgan Whale finds his front jumper and then peels around to collect the ball at the back of the ruck. Cameron Smith again earns the penalty. Old Albanian have to be careful here. Couple of cheap penalties. One straight from the restart. And one there in no man's land, really. Just hands the initiative to Chester, who will aim for touch again. Through Harry Jackis, who finds a very handy touch on the near side. Well, since that opening possession, Old Albanian not really had the opportunity to utilise any of those pacey backs. Chester controlling the game, disciplined forward performances and occasional moments of magic from the scrum half. Free kick. And they go quickly. The two second rowers combining to take Chester to within 2 metres of the line. Dominic cleverly gets driven backwards though. They go blind, lovely pass inside to the second rower, and Wilf Smith gets over the line, but it was magic again from Harry Craven. Drifted across, popped it out of the back door, and Wilf Smith ran a great line through the Old Albanian defence to make it 12-0. Let's take a look at this ball here. Away goes the scrum half. Knew there was a player in support. Lovely line from Wilf Smith, and he gets himself a try at six ways to make it Chester 12, Old Albanian 0. Well, we'll get a great view of this conversion attempt from Harry Jackis. Straight into a howling wind. Swings the right boot, drives it low and true. That is a good kick from the inside centre. Chester 14, Old Albanian 0. Well, priority for OA here has to be to get their hands on the ball, and that's a good start. It's gone forward, advantage coming. And the powerful Mendes brings it forward, the blindside flanker. But we'll go back for the knock-on. Sam Austin then, the OA scrum half, really has his hands full with Harry Craven. And this is his chance to do something here. Mendes just putting a foot out there to block the Chester scrum half. A nice movement. Harry Collins though steps inside and gets brought down. Number 19, that's Jack Norman, who's come on as a substitute for Old Albanian, taking it in. Big quick lift though from Harry Jackis, snuffs out the attack from Harry Collins, but it comes back with Old Albanian. Charlie Ringland finds Toby Pearce. Good flat ball there, releases James McCallum, offloads to Lewis Butterworth. Referee brings a halt to play over on the far side because there's an OA's player down and he's clutching his head. Of course, head injuries treated the way they should be these days. Play brought to a halt and all of the necessary checks will be made. But our clock ticks towards 25 minutes. 35-minute halves in under-17s in our FU competitions. And of course our clock is just an estimation, so invariably it will travel a little bit beyond the 35 minutes. This is the second of 4 games today that we'll be broadcasting every minute of. The first is a really interesting Shield final. Bromsgrove 13, Henley 17. Bromsgrove had so much possession in that match, but Henley held on, and every opportunity they had they took. 3 fantastic tries, and they take home the Shield. Following this, we have the bowl final, Darlington Mowden Park against Taunton, and then we finish with Lymm versus Tonbridge Juddians for the under-17 Cup. But smiles on the face of the player who's being escorted off. It's Toby Pearce. Hopefully not too serious for the second rower. Great pressure from Harry Craven, makes the tackle on his opposite number. Change attack then from Old Albanian. Could be a little bit too much on that. And that was neither an up and under nor a touch finder there. And instead, the ball goes dead and the referee will take them all the way back. Well, following that knock for Toby Pearce, having a little bit of a lull here as Chester make a change in the front row. Thomas Arnold wearing number 17 in the red scum cap. He'll come on for the remainder of this half. He's replacing Dominic Cleverly, who's had a busy first half in the loose. Spent a bit of time with his hands on the ball. No doubt we'll be seeing him a little bit later on as well, as the ball's drilled towards Owen Roberts, the outside centre, finds half a gap. A little show and go from Wilf Smith, the scorer of the second try. And the box kick into the space behind the winger and the fullback. Finds touch just outside the 22. Deacon Gregory. Ball turned over by Chester. And the outside half, Tom Hancock, takes it into contact. They were a little bit too high on Harry Wilkinson, and he can make some more yards. Chester, plenty of space to attack. It's a loose pass, but bounces up favourably for Owen Roberts. Still not been brought down, 15 metres from the line, straight in front of the post. Numbers right for Chester. The offload's away. Could this be the third try? Yes, it will. Matthew Bate has been bundled over the dead ball line. Unbelievable from the Chester fullback. That is criminal in a final. He'd already beaten one man, just needed to dot it down to make it 19-0. Let's take another look at this as there's handbags under the sticks. Well, he'd done everything right, Matthew Bate. He pounced on Tom Hancock's offload, just needed to put it down. Instead, it was a tackle from Alfie Booth, the old Albanians number 8, who's kept them in this final. Well, we talk about tiny margins. There are no tiny margins there. That was an unforgivable error there from Matthew Bate. It doesn't matter what level of rugby, you need to score, and Chester need to pay attention here because Old Albanian have gone on the blind side. They've taken the 22 quickly, and as we approach half an hour, can they use that mistake to try and build a little bit of momentum on their own? Still Old Albanian 0, Chester 14. Well, it's not very often you see that, is it? But huge, huge credit has to go to Alfie Booth, the Old Albanian number 8. Stayed committed, made the tackle, and saved the try. Massive play from the back rower. But here come Chester again, trying to attack from deep and open up some space on the right hand side. Dominic Duggan gets dragged down by James McCallum. Cravens the first there, finds Chris Brimelow. He's being held up. Manages to shovel the ball on. But Old Albanian worked hard and turned the ball over. It's been an industrious half an hour from Old Albanian. They've just been unpicked a couple of times. And that's been the difference, but certainly plenty of positives for them to talk about at half time. They'll be disappointed they have not been able to take advantage of this win, though. I mean, just take a look at that flag in the corner there. I mean, it's blowing back and forth, but that wind really is in favour of the team attacking from right to left here at Six Ways. And Old Albanian not been able to make that count. Then again, in the previous match, Henley managed to get 2 tries when playing into the wind in the first half too. So perhaps the concentration and not being able to have the relief of being able to put boot to ball to get territory really focuses the team. Because Chester are 2 scores up, certainly should be 3. But they've got another chance here as they flip it inside to Owen Roberts. It's had a really busy 5 minutes or so, Owen Roberts. Plenty of carries as again Mendes looks to hold up the Chester player. He really is a powerhouse back rower, the Old Albanian number 6, but it's still moving forward for Chester. But can they find a way to get it out? Eventually it goes to ground, but the advantage is coming the red way. No surprise, the captain wants to go quickly. They've got numbers here, Chester, they just need to put it through the hands. There's a 2-on-1, but the cover defence is still there from Old Albanian. Loose pass inside the 22. Referee happy the ball's gone backwards and Harry Wilkinson takes it in. Old Albanian hanging on here, but huge credit for that drift defence when Chester had numbers, but they're barrelling towards the try line now. 2 yards short. As the referee's whistle goes and another OA's player is down. They need to take this opportunity to get air in the lungs. Harry Craven having no sympathy whatsoever. He wanted to go quickly. A couple of changes are made for Chester. Walsh comes on wearing number 22. And Jackiss, the number 12, comes back on to the field of play. 2 conversions from 2 for him. But he's lost the scrum cap now. The referee just having a chat over there with 2 back rowers, Mendes and of course the captain Caro. I think he's just wants a word with Mendes about his work at the Mall. Well, now it's all slowed down. Jackiss is going to calm the nerves with this penalty attempt. He's 2 kicks from 2. And this to make it 17-0 just before half-time. Maintains his 100% record. 3 kicks from 3 for Chester's inside centre. And in this plate final, it's Old Albanians 0, Chester 17. Nice handling straight from the kick-off, and Harry Wilkinson takes the ball into contact. Bit of width on it there as Cameron Smith continues the hard work of the forwards. Out the back door from Morgan Whale, and McKeever knocks it on. And the referee has seen enough in this opening stanza. At half-time in the under-17 plate final, it's Old Albanian 0, Chester 17. Old Albanian 0, Chester 17 then in this plate semi-final. Old Albanian into the wind in the second half, and they need a big 10 minutes to grab their way back into this plate final. They've been free scoring in the build-up. 34-12 against Amersham and Chilton, 29-0 against Eton Manor, 36-5 against London Welsh. They can certainly score the points, but they've been starved of opportunities by this Chester team. Pretty free scorers themselves given the opportunity. 46-7, they got past Old Bodleians in the quarterfinals, but it was an incredible semi, 22-19 against Wolverhampton, right down to the wire. But they've carried that form to six ways. And barring that Matthew Bates howler, have been pretty flawless in the opening 35 minutes. If you just joined us and you missed the first half, Harry Craven, the scrum half, the captain, he got the opening try that Jackis converted. He's missed touch with the penalty there as Harry Jackis. And Lewis Butterworth returns it with interest. Following that, Will Smith ran onto a lovely little reverse pass from Craven again to make it 14. Chester actually crossed the line a third time. Matthew Bate pushed into touch by Alfie Booth when he was trying to beat him to get under the sticks. Sure he won't hear the end of that one. And then a Jackis penalty made it 17. This man on the ball, James McCullum for OAs, finds touch there, but I can't help but feel that if he can find some space, or if they can find him some space, then he could have a real part to play in the Old Albanian comeback. They've made a couple of changes at half-time. George Middleton on in the pack. He's going to take his place in the line-out now. 3 from the back. Again, Old Albanian go up a little bit too soon there through Rob Shermer, and Morgan Whale can find his man. OAs go quickly. Rob Shermer finds contact on a Chester player, but eventually was bundled down after more than 10 metres as Mahendra Leonard, wearing number 16, gets up over the 10-metre line. Bit more initiative from OAs this half. Sam Atkinson. Ball goes to ground off Harry Collins, but Chester knock it forward. Harry Craven again, just communicating with his pack. Ready, 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 balls in, he says. Spent a lot of time talking about him, but probably fair to say that he's the difference between the two teams at the moment. Chester really getting a shove on here. Chester pack putting a huge amount of pressure on their opposite 8. Lewis Butterworth barking from 15 as well. Backs lining up deep, desperate to get their hands on the ball. Chester really making it hard for them again. They get forward. And again, the referee wants to reset the scrum. Collins steps inside and gets the offload away, finds his centre partner, McCallum. Atkinson takes it at pace, but he's driven backwards. Old Albanians putting a bit of depth on it. Flat pass makes its way out to Rory Hextall, who's dragged down just outside the 22. Coming in from the side from Chester, so a penalty for OAs. 6 minutes gone here in the second half. Still Old Albanian 0, Chester 17. And a real chance now. Harry Collins. That mop of strawberry blonde hair whistling in the wind as he's really trying to rev up the troops. He wants to make something happen here. He's quite light on his feet, but hasn't had any space. Neither's James McCallum. He's taken a few crash balls. But OA's ringing the changes. Jacob West. He's on wearing number 21. Rory Hextall on your screen there. He had a little bit of space, but Chester trusted the drift. But it was his run that led to the penalty. Oh, but there's a mistake on the line out, and it's ended up in red hands, but the danger not clear yet. Bravely trying to run it out of trouble here. David Mendes thought for a second there he got a turnover. So Harry Collins standing in the scrum half position now, trying to make life difficult for Harry Craven. Well, a real change in the pack now for Old Albanian. You've got Tom Sherwood at the flank there, wearing number 20. Leonard and Norman wearing 16 and 19. Made their way in there. Hard yard from Chester, and the box kick clear from the scrum half. Finds touch. Nine minutes of this second half gone. No scores in the second half as yet. Just the Craven and Smith tries and two conversions and a penalty from the boot of Jacques. So Leonard, the replacement hooker. Well, Mendes gets in there to half rescue the situation. Hancock puts boot to ball, using that wind, but which side of the line is it going to drop down on? Lewis Butterworth not taking any chances. There was a good chase on the kick. Last 22 drop out. OA's managed to get a quick start, but they won't have that luxury this time. Couple more substitutes coming. Players making their way back onto the field of play. Alfie Booth, number 8, and Fred Deacon Gregory. The hooker, David Mendez, the powerful number 6, makes way, as does Mahendra Leonard. Excellent kick from the restart, finds the space and finds the touchline. Well, scrappy from the line out, and it's gone forward off a red hand, so another scrum to Old Albanian. The scrums come under a lot of pressure. They're seeing much more of the ball. So the back row for OAs now. Tom Sherwood packs down at blind side. Alfie Booth back in at number 8. And Caro, the captain, at 7. And Harry Collins started at inside centre, but he's now staying at 9. Loose pass, but Butterworth picks up the pieces. Apologies, that's Jacob West, the substitute. Oh, and it could open up here. Tom Hancock, he's going to score. Charlie Ringland took his eye off the ball for a second. Tom Hancock managed to gather it, stuck with it too. Certainly not the most glamorous of tries, but arguably one of the most valuable he'll score. That makes it a mountain to climb for Old Albanian. That's a replay of the finish there from Tom Hancock. Didn't give up on the loose ball and makes it Old Albanian 0, Chester 22. Three kicks from 3 for Chester's number 12, 2 conversions and a penalty. This one with the wind, and the wind slightly from right to left for him too. And he finds the upright, and he puts it in the car park as well, so somebody's got some fetching to do. But now Chester in full control of this plate final. Old Albanian had arguably their strongest 10 minutes of this final, winning breakdown battles, looking to create some space for the backs, but Chester's defence held firm, and Tom Hancock upset the apple cart, somehow managed to come away with it, got himself on the score sheet, and 24-0, that's a long way back. The ever busy Owen Roberts skips inside again, sets up the quick ball now. Harry Wilkinson looking to get the offload away. Chester playing the territory game, but that's straight down the throat of Lewis Butterworth, but the kick's charged down. Butterworth recovers it, but there's an advantage coming for the knock-on here. Wilf Smith gets the ball away to the right winger, Dominic Duggan. Over on this near side, Daniel Kendall-Troughton makes his way back into the pack for Old Albanian. "51 minutes gone here, 3 tries for Chester. And barring a real turnaround, they're on their way to plate final glory here at Sixways. Break up the blind side, and well gathered by Harry Craven from Cameron Smith's pass. Opportunity to pick the ball off there from Old Albanian. Instead, there's an advantage coming for the knock-on. And the referee will bring them back. Smith to Craven, moving up the right hand side. It's Matthew Bate making some yards, and first time we've seen him with his hands on the ball for a little while. The 2-second rows link up, and Wilkinson takes it into contact. Hands in from OAs, and Chester go quickly. Walsh gets the pass away, and a great pass it is too. Jackis looks for the offload, brought down 7 metres from the try line. There's an advantage coming to here for Chester. Smith. Little bit of football there, it's hammered into the fullback. The advantage still coming for Chester. 8 metres short, and all kinds of red bodies to the left hand side. But it's a little bit too flat. Cleverly. And the referee blows his whistle in the end, decides that no advantage is coming. Alfie Booth just helped to his feet there. And decision time for Chester. That didn't take too long. Bit of a conference, and they dab it to touch. "54 minutes gone, Old Albanian 0, Chester 24 in this under-17 plate final. Tries for Craven, Smith, and the outside half Hancock. Again, the referee saying that OAs have gone up early, so it's a free kick. What a tackle that is! Cameron Smith driven to the ground. Great technique. Cleverly though, with another big carry. Owen Roberts dragged backwards, but again, let's take another look at that tackle. Well, the scrum half's gone quickly. Cameron Smith dragged to the ground. Ball gone to ground, and it's been knocked on by Brimlow, says the referee. Some raised voices in that old Albanian defensive line. They are hanging on here. All of a sudden they found an extra gear in defence. Let's have another look at that extra gear. Went quickly there. Look at that low driving tackle by the number 8, Alfie Booth. Textbook stuff from the back rower. And the ball finds touch. Chester have gone quickly from the line out here. They've put Wilf Smith in a little bit of trouble, but he manages to keep his composure and present the ball. Walsh. Oh, another great tackle. Little chip to the corner. Oh, it just goes through the grasp of Matthew Bates, who'd managed to get himself in a good position. More substitutions coming on for Chester here. We've got Harry Maltby, Will Richards. Making their way onto the six ways pitch for the remaining 15 minutes of this final. And Harry Craven, well, his afternoon's done, but what an afternoon he's had. It was his clean break that set up the whole thing for Chester. They were under a little bit of pressure in the opening minutes, but he sniped, made 60 metres, and since then Chester have been in full control. He got a try. It was a lovely backdoor pass that set up the second one. But the coach is deciding his afternoon is done. The scoreboard and the clock definitely on Chester's side here in this plate final, though. Chester emptying the bench here, and Joseph Gunn, wearing number 18, makes his way onto the pitch for the final 10 minutes. Over the player down, receiving some medical attention. Still 10 minutes to go here. But let's talk about some of the key performers. First of all, for old Albanian, Alfie Booth at number 8. Had a little bit of a breather, but when he came back on, and right from the start of the game. He's led by example. He, of course, made that brilliant tackle on Matthew Bate, that try-saving tackle. He's carried plenty of ball. He's probably been the standout for Old Albanian. As for Chester, the engine room, Wilf Smith, Harry Wilkinson, they've been tireless. Cameron Smith linked up so well with the scrum half. That 8-9 axis has been key. Harry Jackis has been brilliant with the boot. Owen Roberts, the outside centre, has made yards pretty much every time he's got his hands on the ball, but despite being taken off with plenty of time on the clock, man of the match, Chester's scrum half, Harry Craven. Really was the difference between the two sides. What could have been some really tight opening exchanges were just opened up by a couple of moments of magic, and that set the tone throughout. Harry Collins, another of the good performers for Old Albanian, started at centre, moved into scrum half. Really vocal, guides the troops around, tells them exactly where he wants them to be. Kind of player you want on your team, that's for sure. Chester had turned this over, but Harry Collins is in there and he's managed to turn it back. But OA's not getting any of the breaks at the moment. They turn the ball over, then they cough it up, but they're going to go quickly here. Harry Collins makes 20 metres, still not brought down, but the ball goes forward at the key moment, and here comes Matthew Bate. Little dab to the corner, one for Butterworth to deal with, and he watches it over the line into the corner. And Chester playing rugby exactly where they want to here. They've got a 4-score lead, under 10 minutes remaining. And they're hunting more, the line out 5 metres from the Old Albanian try line. Well, testament to the man of the match, Harry Craven. The reason he's been brought off early is because he played a full game for Chester First 15 yesterday, which for an under-17, phenomenal. And speaking of phenomenal, we talked about the impact of the second row. Wilf Smith got a try in the first half, and Harry Wilkinson gets one for the second rows union. Great strength there from the number 5. Picks it up, bursts through the tackle of Alfie Booth, who's been one of the strongest defensive players out on the field. That is no mean feat from Harry Wilkinson. Classic second rows finish. They love getting their hands on the ball. Reaches out that big right hand and dots it down. Gets himself a final try here at Six Ways, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that. And his performance deserves it too. Harry Wilkinson makes it Chester 29, Old Albanian 0. Not Jackis unsuccessful with the conversion. That's the first one he's missed. But his boot has played a huge part in this. What will now almost certainly be a victory for Chester. Under 5 minutes remaining. It's Old Albanian 0, Chester 29. And then the kickoff goes out on the floor. Doesn't rain, it pours for Old Albanian. Been a tough afternoon for them. They've given plenty. I think in the key positions, Chester Just had the players who can control the game. They've been able to play in the right areas. And capitalise on the opportunities that they've had. Matthew Bate filling in at scrum half in replacement of Craven. Again, that's intelligent play from Chester. Just pin OA's back in their 22, but a bit of footwork from Butterworth. Has looked dangerous in the rare opportunities he's had to express himself from fullback with ball in hand. Here's Mendes. Rory Hextall on the short ball. Dummy from Collins. Ball's been lost forward. Advantage coming from the referee, but it could open up here for the substitute on the left wing. Alfie Booth goes quickly. Referee happy there's no accidental offside there, and Kendall Troughton looks to put a bit of width on it. Final few minutes here at Six Ways. Under 17 plate final. Old Albanian 0, Chester 29. Well, kick into space there from Collins. Got a great amount of distance on it, but didn't really do anything in alleviating any kind of pressure, because Old Albanian concede the penalty again. Another good kick finds touch. Just a couple of final replacements for Old Albanian. Mahendra Leonard will make his way towards the line out, and on the right wing Ash Willing, wearing number 14, will come back on. The outside backs for Old Albanian not really had the chance to cut loose in this match. Gathered by Wilf Smith. Look at this Chester set piece. Eventually it breaks down 6 metres from the line. Well, the backs have lined up and they're absolutely raring to go, but it's not going to make its way out there just yet. Mendes has got his hands on that, but he's going to have to release it. Here come Chester then, great strength again. It's going to be a second try for Wilkinson. The powerhouse second row does it again from short range. Straight over the top of the defender. Let's take a look at this. No one around him. Goes a little bit high, and he absolutely loved that. Handoff in the chest, used his momentum. And 2 scores for Harry Wilkinson. Makes it Chester 34, Old Albanian 0. and 3 scores for the second row union as well. Been a complete performance from Chester. As the conversion comes, tough one for over on the touchline. Craven opened the scoring. Smith got the second try. Then in the second half, Hancock, and then those 2 from Wilkinson as the conversion. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. What a kick from over there on the far side. And that is full time as well. Jackis gets the conversion to make it Chester 36, Old Albanian 0 at full time here from Six Ways. Chester are the 2017 RFU Plate champions. What a performance from them. 2 tries for Wilkinson, throwing his hat in for a man of the match performance, but that goes to Harry Craven, the scrum half. It all started with him. He set the platform for the victory. And full time here at Six Ways in the plate final. It's Old Albanian 0, Chester 36. Presentation of the silver medals then to Old Albanian. Got themselves this far with wins over London Welsh, Eton Manor and Hamersham and Chitton respectively, 36-5, 29-0, 34-12. But were stifled the whole time today. It wasn't that they couldn't take advantage of their chances, it was that they didn't really have any. Very much a case of what could have been for the team from St Albans. But here come the winners, absolutely champing at the bit to get their hands on the gold medals. And rightly they should too. A brilliant performance from Chester. Beat Old Bodleians 46-7 in the quarters before scraping past Wolverhampton 22-19 in the semis. But they saved their best for the final. 5 tries here at Sixways. And they're the latest to wrangle with the winners' banner 2 in the wind. But there's the captain. He was a try scorer, he was the man of the match, and he played 80 minutes for Chester first team yesterday. What a weekend for Harry Craven, what a weekend for Chester Rugby Club. He makes his way over to the rest of the team, and the 2017 RFU Plate champions are Chester Rugby Club. Park against Taunton. Taunton got themselves here with a 15-12 victory over Southend. It was a last-minute drop goal from Connor Vickery. Darlington Mowden Park, 11 wins in 13 matches. And they've got here with victories over Liverpool Collegiate and Sutton Coldfield, 10-0 and 29-19 respectively. This is the third of 4 games live from Six Ways today. We've just seen a complete performance from Chester. They leave with the silverware. Before that, Henley bagged the first victory in the Shield competition. So who will join them on the winners' podium? Will it be Darlington at Mowden Park or will it be Taunton? Let's have a little look at how the teams line up for this final. Darlington Mowden Park, couple of changes to the numbers. Rob Finn will be wearing 17 and Ollie Heslop will be wearing 16. They'll be either side of the captain. Andrew Bain at hooker. In the engine room, Nathan Newton and Josh Armstrong. And in the back row, Andrew Watson at 6, Jake Gardner at 7 and Harry Powell at 8. The halfbacks, William Swinbank at 9 and Alistair Cunningham at 10. In the centres, Kieran Hogg and Joe Johnston at 12 and 13. And the back three of Matthew Hanmer at 11, Will Lanigan 14, Jack Hudson at 15. Their opposition are Taunton, lining up with Jamie Guest, Callum Lane, the vice-captain is the hooker, and Callum Buchanan making up the front row. Finbar, Anderson, Wishart and Sam Wellwood are at 4 and 5, and Edward Stock, Finley, Border and Patrick Cross are in the back row. At scrum half, it's Richard Baker. Outside half, Connor Vickery. Left wing, William Perry. Inside centre, Adam Coles. The captain is outside him at 13. It's Vinnie Gordon. Matthew Alvarez is on the right wing, and the fullback is James Lay. As for the reserves, well, there's been some numbers changed last minute with them too. So Dominic Russell is now wearing 18. Jack Rowlandson will have 22 on. Sam Anderson 25. Theo Colley 23. Cameron Roy 19. Jack Wears 21 and Ross Hall 24. Don't worry, I'll keep you up to date with that as and when they get on. Owen Westhoff at 16, Gabe Mead 17, Adam Lee Turner 18, Jack Caldwell 19, Ollie Williams 20, George Tucker 21 and Easton Oyakan at 22 for Taunton RFC. We're still waiting for Taunton actually. Darlington Mowden Park, they're out there going through their warm-ups. Darlington, Mowden Park and Taunton live for the RFU Under-17 Bowl Final. Let's have a look how the teams line up ahead of this final at Six Ways, the third of 4 today. We've already had 2 champions crowned. Who will be joining them? Darlington, Mowden Park, Rob Finn, Andrew Bain and Ollie Heslop. Rob Finn will be wearing 17, Heslop will be wearing 16, Nathan Newton and Josh Armstrong in the engine room, and Andrew Watson, Jake Gardner and Harry Powell making up the pack. At scrum half, William Swimbank, Alistair Cunningham outside him at 10, Matthew Hanmer, Will Lanigan and Jack Hudson in the back 3, and the vice-captain Kieran Hogg and Joe Johnston in the centres. Their opposition, Taunton, here thanks to a last-minute drop goal victory over Southend 15-12. They line up with Jamie Guest at 1, Callum Lane at 2, Callum Buchanan at 3. In the engine room, Finbar, Anderson, Wishart and Sam Wellwood, Edward Stock, Finley Border and Patrick Cross in the back row. The half-backs, Richard Baker and Connor Vickery. In the centres, Adam Coles, and at 13 it's the captain Vinnie Gordon. The back 3, William Perry, Matthew Alvarez and James Lay. All ready to go here then. Darlington Mowden Park are going to kick us off here at Six Ways in this National Under-17s Bowl Final. Darlington Mowden Park in the white and blue hoops. Taunton in the maroon, and straight away into the action. Richard Baker, the scrum half, takes the ball at pace. And Connor Vickery plays scrum half and finds Callum Lane. Oh, that's a good pickup from Vickery as well, off his toes. Adam Coles, ball goes loose off him, and Vinnie Gordon gets his first touch, the captain. And that is the first touch finder of this final. 2 halves of 35 minutes, and there are no draws. If the scores are level at half-time, the team that scores the most tries will be the champions. If teams are equal on tries, it'll be the team that scored the most goals. If it's still equal, then it'll be the team that scored the first points. So very, very important to get on the scoreboard early here. DMP trying to be a little bit too smart. Patrick Cross, the Taunton 8, told to leave it, so DMP can make their way up to the halfway line. Ball turned over, but illegally, says the referee, so DMP will have their first penalty, and the captain, Andrew Bain, points to the touchline. He wants some territory. A good nudge there from Alistair Cunningham. The DMP outside half takes the white and blues just outside the 22. Five in the lineup for both sides. It goes to the back, and that's good, clean ball straight up there from DMP. Harry Powell, the number 8, takes the short ball into contact, but it's been turned over. Great work from Taunton, holding on there. And they survived their first test. Taunton's turn for clean ball this time. Oh, and that's a good short ball there. Well-timed run from Vinnie Gordon, the captain, got the short shift from Connor Vickery, and again trying to hit the ball at pace, but Jamie Guest just overruns it and it bounces off him. Encouraging signs from Taunton there though. Running from deep and making big yards. Nearly 4 minutes gone here. Darlington Mowden Park put in at the scrum on their own 10-metre line. Alistair Cunningham with the up and under. Big tester here for the fullback. Manages to gather and find the ground too. Matthew Hanmer there, not releasing at the tackle. Well played, James Lay, the Taunton fullback. Darlington Mowden Park got hands on that, but Patrick Cross manages to win it back for Taunton. Move it out to the left-hand side. Great dummy there from the fullback. James Lay gets the offload away to William Perry. Still with Taunton, Sam Wellwood. This time Jamie Guest gathers it and barrels through before the offload eventually gets to Edward Stock. But before it got to Stock, it travelled forward off a pair of maroon hands. William Swinbank, the DMP scrum half with the put in. Has to do a little bit of digging for that as Cunningham hacks it down the middle of the park. That's obviously a tactic, but James Lay is 2 from 2 under the high ball, releases Matthew Alvarez into the 22. Manages to keep both feet in play, and Vinnie Gordon picks up the pieces. The big number 4, Anderson Wishart, gets the offload away. This is good hands from Taunton before DMP managed to get it, but that's a panicked clearance. But it gets a good bounce, relieving the pressure at least temporarily, but William Perry comes straight back. Advantage coming to DMP here. Ball goes forward once again. Well, that's a strong run there from Harry Powell before he's driven back the big number 8. Once again, the kick stays in play, so James Lay seeing plenty of action in these opening 10 minutes. And DMP putting a lot of pressure on there. There was a boot came through from Nathan Newton. But but Taunton managed to keep hold of the ball. Plenty of width on that from Connor Vickery. This time it's Jack Hudson, the DMP fullback, who gets to run the ball from deep. Eventually he's brought to ground by two Taunton defenders. But that's a lovely bit of a shimmy there from Swimbank. The DMP scrum half could open the scoring, but he just loses his footing, but gets the offload away. And that's the first try of the final. DMP take the lead. Moment of magic from the scrum half. William Swimbank shimmies inside. Had open space to run into in the 22. Lost his footing. Let's take a look at this. It was actually an ankle tap, a vital ankle tap.
Sounds like it is. Seems like it is.
There's a great support line there, as all back row forwards do. Harry Powell opens the scoring for Darlington Mowden Park. And as has been the case throughout the day, it's come against the run of play, and it's Darlington Mowden Park 5, Taunton 0. And the conversion from under the sticks is good. DMP 7, Taunton 0 here at Six Ways. Well, in the opening 10 minutes here, it's been Taunton that have had most of the territory and possession. But if you've been joining us throughout the day, this under-17 finals day here from Six Ways, certainly if you watch the first match, you'll have seen that territory and possession don't mean an awful lot unless you can get on the scoreboard. James Lay this time puts boot to ball himself, looking to find Alvarez. Manages to keep it in play with some good footballing skills as Sam Anderson gets turned over, and Vinnie Gordon, the captain, causing carnage there in the DMP defence as Taunton look to respond. Patrick Cross plays scrum half. Darlington Mowden Park survive again for the time being. Oh, what a take that is at the back of the line out from Jake Gardner. The open side flanker puts out a big right paw and it manages to stick. Real pressure play there from DMP at the line out. And a kick over the top. It's a tactic for DMP to keep the ball in play from the boot, but they're putting themselves under a lot of pressure. As Alvarez has another go up the right hand side, gets the offload away to Callum Lane. This time Buchanan wants a go. But Anderson Wishart coughs it up and it's back with DMP. Box kick looking for space, but despite that chase from Harry Powell, the fullback gets another go at it. Oh, one-handed take there from the inside centre. He's tackled Adam Coles, but excellent hands from him. Buchanan. Tackle from Watson stops Lane in his tracks. Good take from the right winger, Will Lanigan, over on that far side. It's gone forward. 13 minutes gone here then in the National Bowl final. It's been a blistering pace too. The ball has not spent a lot of time in touch. So these players will be feeling it out. Their big pitch here, of course, the artificial surface. Her hands over the top there from Taunton. They turn the ball over as well. Excellent work at the breakdown, and once again, Anderson Wishart. Look at this from Coles. Gets through one, gets through two, into the 22. The chase is on. He breaks the tackle, but he's brought to ground. Adam Coles, too hot to handle there. He's brought down 5 metres from the line. It's taken on by Connor Vickery. It's gone to ground, but it's gone backwards. Jamie Guest, not had the best of luck with his hands so far, but keeps offering himself. Callum Lane takes it in. They'll come back for the penalty. What about that break from Adam Coles? Well, they're going to go for the corner here. Great response from Taunton from going a score down. Connor Vickery finds touch, and they're going to leave it to the forwards. Look how important that tackle was. Adam Coles had scythed through the defence. Couldn't grab him, but it's the old adage, you can't run without your legs. 15 minutes gone here. DMP 7, Taunton 0. DMP under pressure. And that's a good clean take at the line out. And DMP survive another test in discipline from Taunton. As the wind really picks up, the cloud coming down too. I don't think it's going to rain here, but challenging conditions nonetheless. Taunton knocking on the door here, but little things just letting them down at the key moments. DMP showing real resilience. And of course, one opportunity, one score, and they lead 7-0 here at Six Ways. Again, Patrick Cross trying to be a nuisance. Oh, big defence there. The scrum half, Richard Baker, he was in on the action for Taunton, and they've turned the ball over too. Someone needs to straighten it up for Taunton as Vinnie Gordon. Is that a high tackle? No, says the referee. He's happy to let play continue into the 22. Here come the reinforcements as Finbar Anderson Wishart pops his head in there. But again, DMP find a way to survive for now. It's approaching the halfway point of this first half then. But of course, don't take our clock as gospel. 35-minute halves. As the clock approaches 18, it's DMP 7. Taunton 0 as DMP are looking to run it out of their own 22 here. That was Sam Anderson who was brought down again. They go up the blind side. This is lovely hands from Darlington Mowden Park. The back row linking up nicely before one pass too many, and it's back with Taunton. It's the scrum half, Richard Baker, gets it out to Finley Border, who just puts a little bit too much on that pass, and the hooker Callum Lane is being held up but driven forward. Eventually the ball does get to ground. Anderson Wishart. Coles, the powerhouse, is away again. And he's actually left Andrew Watson down. He's still on the ground following that tackle. But the referee just stopping play. Let's have another look at that from Coles. Yeah, head just in the wrong position there from Watson. Took a bit of a bump. He's down getting some attention. There's a Taunton player down too. Real physical contest at this under-17 bowl final. But Adam Coles, some brutal running from him in that channel. Twice he's picked the ball up around about 40 metres away from the try line. Both times made his way deep into the 22. But with the injuries, the teams just have time to compose themselves here. Taunton doing lots of things right in this final, playing in the right areas, using big, strong ball carriers.
Yeah, but it keeps going off. Ron, can you hear me? Ron,
just not able to keep their composure when it counts. But how much defending can Darlington Mowden Park do?
Yes, sir.
So far, so good for them, but they're under pressure once more inside their own 22.
On the middle, guys. On the middle. Red, that's you. Blue, step. On the line, boys. Blue, on the line.
Andrew Watson's just going to take a little bit of a breather. He's replaced as we approach 20 minutes.
I know. Straight to the man, front of line out. Get down the middle, please. Option red, scrum. I know.
And this time,
just looked wrong, didn't it? There, straight to the man.
Taunton with the mistake.
More down the middle for me, please. Appreciate that.
Referee not happy with the way the ball's gone into the line out, and this a real opportunity.
Heights in, please. Crouch. Bind.
Richard Baker with a put in at the scrum. 7 or 8 metres from the DMP line.
9, stay back now, go back.
Solid scrum 2, finds Vickery, who sells the dummy, goes for the line and gets there. Just under 20 minutes gone. Connor Vickery for Taunton gets their first score and the opportunity to draw things level. Straight from the scrum. Look, he drifts and drifts and drifts. Fixes the defender.
You're not dominant, but you're not being dominated.
And Alistair Cunningham gets a handful of shirt, but it wasn't enough to stop the Taunton outside half. Connor Vickery makes it DMP 7, Taunton 5. And we'll have the opportunity to level things with a pretty routine kick.
They're so colourful, kids.
The kick is successful. Darlington Mowden Park 7, Taunton 7. Henley border. Taking it in from the kickoff. Taunton not letting this strong wind stop them from putting a lot of width on the ball.
Come off his knee, play.
Julian Graham, the coach, says that it's a team built on the desire to play open rugby. And that's certainly what they're attempting to do here in the final at Six Ways. Taken in by Callum Lane. And to Perry on the left-hand side.
Release Blue. Boy step.
Finbar Anderson Wishart, the big number 4, seen a lot of the ball in this first half. Always offering himself for work. Here's the captain, Vinnie Gordon, finds Adam Coles out to the right-hand side. Alvarez now, chance to stretch his legs. There's defence there, but he manages to stay in field, being dragged towards the touchline. And he's pushed out on the far side, just outside the 22. But again, dangerous attacking play from Taunton. Plenty of space for Alvarez to run into.
White line's yours. Corner. Step. Step. Hey. Yeah.
Here come Taunton then back into the 22. They've got numbers out to the left-hand side. They just need to get the ball there. But again, they don't fix the defenders. Poor execution there from Taunton. It was a 3-on-1. Callum Lane. Still there for Taunton. And is that the second try? Yes, it is. What brilliant hands over on the far side there from Taunton. It was congested over there, but the captain got up over the top and unloaded the pass to William Perry, who makes it 12-7. Well, Taunton piling on the pressure here, attacking from deep up the right-hand side. And it looked for a second like the chance had gone when they butchered the 3-on-1. All of a sudden, little bit of magic from Vinnie Gordon. Frees the hands over the top of the tackle, and William Perry gets himself a six-ways try. And the kick's good too. Into the wind from the touchline. It's Taunton 14, DMP 7. Well, the curse of the commentator usually comes towards players and match situations, but in this case, it comes in terms of the weather. I said I didn't think it was going to rain, but we're getting the first spots here at Six Ways.
Need to release first, mate.
Taunton kick for touch. They're really taking advantage of this hot streak since going 7 points down. 2 unanswered tries. And Darlington Mowden Park just can't get their hands on the ball at the moment. What an offload that is, and it's the captain, Vinnie Gordon, into the 22. The momentum stifled temporarily, but Lay gets it away to Will Perry. He's brought down 8 metres from the line. Taunton rampant at the moment. Anderson Wishart.
Release! Hey, leave it one! Play rugby, please.
Vinnie Gordon gets it out wide to his centre partner Adam Coles. Taken in by Stock. Callum Lane. But DMP hang on again. They're finding a way to stay in this game at the moment. They trail by a score, with a chance to relieve the pressure.
Just play rugby for me, yeah? Show them how you're going to do it while we're playing rugby, yeah? Brilliant, white line. White line, guys. If they don't tell you, just stay. They're going to tell you. 5, yeah? No, we're playing because there's no competition at the front.
Newton with the clean ball from the line out there. Here comes the big number 8, Powell. DMP around the Taunton half for the first time in a little while. It's William Swimbank. That's careless from DMP. The rain really starting to come down now.
Do you know what release means? Release means release, 5.
And they managed to win the penalty. Good response this from DMP. Starting to build a little bit.
That's you, sir. Hey, Phil.
They opened the scoring, but since then it's been pretty one-way traffic.
Red, step! Red! Red! Step! Thank you. Yeah, no.
Andrew Bain, the captain, just waiting on a ball. We've had a couple go over the stand.
Come on, we need a ball!
And now there's a discussion about whether it has to be the official match balls, because one had made its way onto the pitch.
Yep.
But you have to keep the sponsors happy. And there's another one into the stands. Still a chance for the players to get some oxygen in the lungs, because it's been a breathless first half here. 3 scores, Darlington, Mowden Park 7, Taunton 14. Vickery and Perry scoring for Taunton.
We'll take it, only 'cause up early, jump
Powell for DMP.
Yeah, let's go. Hey!
A little chip into space. That'll be gathered by the fullback, James Lee does well. Apologies, that was Matthew Alvarez, the lively right winger. He was filling in at fullback. Safely gathered. And again, DMP managed to get the penalty.
1 red, holding on. Shot. Shot, guys. Yeah.
DMP opt for the sticks here, just to stem the tide. It's pretty tight, and I think they realise they're going to have to take every opportunity they have to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah. I hope he'd afford you the same respect.
Alistair Cunningham, he was successful with his first kick. This one from about 36 metres with the wind. It's a good strike. It's got the line too. That's 2 from 2 for DMP's number 10. And they're up to 10. Taunton 14, Darlington Mowden Park 10.
Phil, you got 2? You got 2? 2? Have you got 2 minutes? Right, Andy, what do you got? We're not playing that long. 2. Oh, nice kick.
Vickery with the restart.
Hold, boys. Hold. More! Yeah, he's got it out. We're playing.
Again, the attempt was to kick for space for Swimbank, but not everyone else was on his same wavelength, and that's well gathered by James Lay, the fullback. Gets it out to Will Perry. He's got pace, but he gets dragged down. Great recovery tackle, but the offload's away.
Yeah, we'll play it.
Finley Border is the man there in support. Again,
Boys, step.
Taunton knocking on the door. Bit of a change attacked. It's going to bounce back. The outside half's away as well. Connor Vickery gets the score, and would you believe it? A fairly innocuous kick. Bounces up perfectly for the Taunton standoff. Well, that is cruel on DMP, but ingenuity from the standoff. William Swimbank was the man chasing back, lost his bearings. Perfect bounce for Vickery. And it's Taunton 19, DMP 10.
Your ball's over there, you got about 30 seconds. You threw it. He threw the ball. It was him that threw it.
What a time to score as well. I think this conversion could be the final action of the half. A half that belongs to one man, really. 2 tries and 2 conversions so far, with the third to come for Taunton's outside half, Connor Vickery.
Yes.
2 conversions becomes 3, and that try really does put Taunton into the driving seat at half-time here at Six Ways in this National Bowl final. It's Taunton 21, DMP 10.
Chasing balls again. Is it real grass as well, this pitch?
Yeah, there is.
It's been on, hasn't it? It's just... Sorry, guys.
Talk to Ron, see if he can hear.
Ron, can you hear me? He hasn't got it on. Ron, can you hear me? Ron? Ron? Huh? Nothing.
No.
It's not off.
608. No, it's not 608. No.
That's why you haven't heard me, mate.
606 500. There you go.
Thanks, mate.
606 foot down a bit now.
I knew you couldn't hear me.
Let's speak to the cameraman now, see if he can hear you. Give us a wave, cameraman, if you can hear us.
This rain's not looking good, is it? Was whatever was on. Are they yours? No. Oh, that's why.
There's a lot of feedback. Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's a game. Yeah, they're both trying.
Now it should be up.
Hello? Yeah, hello. Your whistle gets wet now. Sorry? Your whistle will get wet now.
You've got the screen there.
Ah, what are we thinking anyway? Anything?
Taunton a little bit more clued up in the line.
Well, have you seen it? You look out the back line, Taunton got a line out. Marlington got 3 players maybe, and you're like, where the hell are their back line sometimes? So yeah, I think they're better set out than...
Welcome back to Six Ways for the second half of this National Bowl final. Darlington, Mowden Park 10, Taunton 21. And the man with the ball in his hands ready to get us underway for the second half has been the star of the show so far. Connor Vickery, 3 conversions and 2 tries. And a genuine curse of the commentator then.
Option blue. Scrum.
That is an uncharacteristic error from the Taunton outside half, but could be just what Darlington Mowden Park need. They've shown flashes and an unbelievable amount of resilience in that first half. Came under tremendous pressure before taking the lead. Little moment of magic from Williams Swimbank to set up the try. It was converted by Alistair Cunningham, their outside half, who also popped over a penalty just before half-time. That closed the gap to 10-14. And he switches play here, but that's gone forward off Kieran Hogg. An advantage straight to Taunton. It's going to be a hat-trick for Conor Vickery on the counter-attack. Hacks it forward again, gets the perfect bounce. And Taunton, that's a dream start to the second half. And surely that is a mountain to climb for Darlington Mowden Park now. Hacked forward there from Adam Lee Turner. That's his first contribution as a sub. Look at that acceleration from the outside half. What a moment to produce a performance like this. 3 tries. And the opportunity for 4 conversions. Taunton 26, DMP 10 with the kick to come.
Behind the line this time. 10. Halfway line, not over it. Yeah, next time I'll free kick you then. Hold. Take it in.
Well, DMP really needs some of that resilience now. Not only that, they need to get themselves some scores. Jack Hudson with a bit of space to run into, but he's going to put boot to ball.
10.
That's gathered by Conor Vickery. He's blocked off temporarily, so Kieran Hogg will get there first.
Yep, I know. Playing advantage purple. Scrum.
Taunton have turned it over. Finbar, Anderson and Wishart.
Advantage is over.
Curly hair poking out from underneath his scrum cap. Suggestion of a bit of offside there, but the referee is going to bring him back for the knock-on.
Knock on. Scrum down, blue ball.
Well, that is exactly what DMP didn't need right at the start of the half.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Push him through the mark. No. At the back of me. At the back of the scrum. Just take it at the back of the scrum.
Swinbank wanted to go quickly, but the referee
Quick next time.
drags him back. DMP want to keep the ball in play. It was a tactic of theirs in the first half, trying to put a little bit of pressure on, but instead it's gone back Taunton's way. Vickery gets the offload away. But Taunton bundled into touch over on the far side, approaching 5 minutes gone of this second half.
That's you, Red. I've asked you about pushing, running through the mark, didn't I?
The wind's died down a little bit here at Six Ways, albeit
Same thing. Don't go through the mark.
temporarily. But the drizzle has stuck around us. DMP,
Yeah, we'll play.
bit of drift on that one, but the referee happy to let it continue. Good take by Cunningham. Bit of a loose pass.
Forward. Boys, stop. He's not even on the ball. Ruth! Stop.
Cunningham puts boot to ball, but just gifts it back to Taunton, who now will attack at every opportunity. Vinnie Gordon wants to get in on the action, the Taunton captain. Baker finds Callum Lane up towards the 10-metre line. Hands again from Vickery, great pickup, and he's put Jamie Guest through a hole. The front rower punching through the DMP defence. Now they move it out to the right-hand side. Matthew Alvarez. Double knock on there. Which way is the ref going to give this? Saying it went off a red hand first. I think it might have touched a blue one. Harry Powell, the DMP try scorer, changing his mind there, going open, then putting the brakes on. Having a little look at the blind side, and he's bundled into touch. Theo Colley making his way onto the pitch for DMP. He's going to slot into the second row, replacing Josh Armstrong. The medic, just a bit of blood attention there. It's been a physical game, actually. What DMP have lacked in cutting edge, they've certainly made up for in physicality. They trail by 18 points. And other than that one opportunity that they took, chances have been at a premium for the Darlington side. Taunton, by contrast, threaten to cut loose every time they get their hands on the ball. Those big ball carriers, the forwards dragging defenders in, and all the backs really fancy it with the ball in hand. Here's Vinnie Gordon, opens up for Gordon, he's got two men outside him, surely it's going to be a score, and it is! Touchdown in the corner by William Perry, that's his second try of the final. Taunton 33, DMP 10. Great awareness from Gordon. Powers into the 22, finds the winger. William Perry ignores the man outside him, doesn't need him, gets the ball down and opens up a 23-point lead.
He's making it easy for you, right in the corner.
Well, that one just drifts to the left of the posts. First miss of the match for Conor Vickery. But Taunton fully in control here. 10 minutes of the second half gone. They've got over the whitewash 5 times and they lead DMP 33 points to 10. More changes. On comes Dominic Russell with number 18 on his back. And Cameron Roy, number 19.
When you're ready, sir. That's not much better than the last one.
And back underway.
Knock on by red. No advantage. Just come over here. Knock on my red first. Then we'll knock on my blue. Just come down, blue ball. Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold it. Don't walk it, don't walk.
Swinbank waits for the ball. Receives it from his number 8. That's a good pick up on the left wing. And a little bit of strength, but the ball spills forward.
Advantage over red. Boys.
Callum Lane over on the far side.
Leave in, thank you.
Huge right boot there from Vickery, but that's comfortably taken over the shoulder. And now can DMP counter-attack? Oh, that's well gathered. Another kick to nothing from DMP. It's the substitute George Tucker in the black scrum cap there for Taunton, who gathered that. Callum Buchanan there with the carry.
Again, they've got the back line set up, haven't they? You know what I mean?
Alvarez. Handy little kick, gets the bounce.
I didn't turn me clock on, mate. We're just playing till the winner. Yeah, we're playing till the song wins. Who's it win? I'm not out yet.
Vinnie Gordon, the captain, just having a little bit of a sit down there to get some medical attention. He's got quite a heavily strapped right thigh. Actually, here's that explosion of pace to set up the second try for Perry.
Do you want to get your knee? Get something on your knee, please. Yeah, wash it off.
Speaking of heavy strapping, Taunton's number 16, Owen Westhoff, is making his way on, and
Replacement, boys, blue.
he's got wrist, he's got elbow, he's got pretty much everything on that right-hand side strapped.
Who's the other?
Right knee strapped as well. It's Finley Border, the open side, who makes way for him.
Yeah, 22. We right? Have we made a replacement? The 7 gone off.
Just over 20 minutes remaining then of this bowl final. Still the cup final to come. Lymm against Tonbridge Juddians. Hope you're going to stick around with us for that one. As the winds pick back up here, and so do Taunton. Coles finds Gordon, finds Perry for his hat-trick, and this final is out of sight. Hat-trick for Connor Vickery, hat-trick for William Perry. Taunton, 6 tries, and they're up to 38 points. Have a look at this. What a ball from Vinnie Gordon. 2 fantastic passes off the right hand to put Perry in. I mean, he has scored a hat-trick, but he definitely owes Vinnie Gordon, let's say, a handshake or a pat on the back, because he has been a fantastic provider.
That's cheeky, that's cheeky.
Another one drifts left to the post. Good pressure on the kick there from Nathan Newton. But it's all about winning the small battles from now on for DMP, because Taunton are putting on a masterclass here of how to play in a final. Back with Taunton, and they're going to attack from all angles now. George Tucker takes it in. Here's another one with pretty heavy strapping on the left knee. Patrick Cross finds the floor. Baker finds Buchanan. That's the ball ripped from his grasp. Eventually the referee calls halt to the carnage, and we're back underway. Cameron Roy. DMP driven back, and well, just before the turnover was coming, to put the ball down. Oh, that's a big shot. Jamie Guest putting it on Ross Hull. But here's Will Lanigan. Bundled into touch, Vinnie Gordon. Oh no, the ball stayed in play. The two front rowers working together to get the ball forward. Callum Buchanan not happy with that at all. Pounds the floor. Let's have a look at this tackle again. Straight into a big red wall. Jamie Guest taking no prisoners. And Vinnie Gordon, the captain, he'll take a well-earned rest for the last 17 minutes or so. Ollie Williams comes on to replace him at outside centre. Owen Westhoff applying the pressure there. Oh, and Taunton, just relentless defence. Swinbank working hard. And the ball's gone free. But hands in there from Taunton. Harry Powell. Seems a long time since his try opened the scoring here at Six Ways. Well, the referee reaching for his watch here. The time's off. He's going to chat to the captain. And it's the same infringement time after time, so just a warning.
It's all good to be keen, boys, but you've got to listen as well. Or you'll be in the bin for the last 10 minutes. Ken, do you want to rest here? Do you want to rest? I've got a yellow if you want it. You start listening. You the first one. The guy behind you the second one.
One off the training ground, then to the front of the line from DMP. They're not done just yet. They're 5 metres short of the line. Swim bank. Rob Finn carries it on. Can they make something happen here? Good hands. Powell looking for his second score. But again, opportunity goes as Finn carries it in and doesn't release.
Kick for touch. Just make it. He's kicking for touch.
And when it's your day, isn't it? Miss hit from Vickery, but still finds touch. Actually just clutching his right hamstring there.
One on left, boys. Tom off. Tom off. Tom off.
Jack Cordwell on for Taunton.
Go, mate.
Full squad getting a run out here.
I think he thought because it bounced, it wasn't his ball.
He'll come on for that man, Finbar Anderson Wishart. He's had a busy old afternoon. Real workhorse in the second row. Sam Wellwood there with the ball at the line again, looking to pop the short ball. It was Ollie Williams there on the short line, just getting brought down. Callum Buchanan. Lovely spin from Richard Baker and the offload as well. Oh, and great strength from Vickery. Sits down the defender. Finds George Tucker with the offload. Jamie Guest just spills it forward. Everyone's trying to get in on the action here. Both front rowers, Buchanan and Guest, have offered themselves as ball carriers all match. Callum Lane. Adam Coles finds the substitute, Ollie Williams. Goes to ground and Coles again. Manages to get a good handoff away. Chips over the top. Maybe chasing a little score of his own here, but that's well scooped up. But the kick's is only as good as its chase, and Adam Coles chases the kick and the ball breaks loose and it'll go into touch, and DMP back under pressure. Let's have another look. It was well gathered there from the outside half, Vickery. And then he sits down Jack Weirs. He's had a fantastic day here, Connor Vickery. 3 tries, of course, as well as the conversions.
I just talked to you about it. I just talked to you, didn't I? I just said to you. No.
Approaching the final 10 minutes then of this RFU Under-17s Bowl final.
I told you that. I just
Darlington Mowden Park, despite taking the lead,
Let's go.
have been on the end of a complete performance from Taunton. 6 tries in total, 3 for Perry, 3 for Vickery. And 4 kicks from 6 for the boot, or from the boot, shall I say, of the Taunton outside half.
It's a short. You go out here, can't shoot the elbows out here. Is a penalty.
If you have just tuned in for this match, make sure that you clear your schedules and stick around, because we've got another match to come after this. It's the cup final, Lymm versus Tonbridge Juddians. We kick things off with the Shield. Bromsgrove 13, Henley 17. Chester then breezed past old Albanians. And barring one of the most incredible final 10 minutes this ground, perhaps any ground, has ever seen, it's going to be Taunton who are victorious in the bowl. But DMP still showing willing here, running it from inside their own 22. This is Joe Johnston. Apologies, Theo Colley wearing number 23. George Tucker, the replacement fullback. It's a good ball for Richard Baker. Trying to send Ollie Williams through the hole. Callum Buchanan rumbles into the 22. Jamie Guest was offering himself there, had to put the brakes on, but barges forward, up over the gain line again, making another 5 or 6 metres. Callum Lane, all three at the front row getting their hands on the ball. They're still with their engines running after well over an hour, and another carry there from Buchanan. What great relief for the backs when the forwards can go through so much work and get you in good positions. Cole finds Perry, who's bundled into touch. Well, finally, Callum Lane, after all that work, he's replaced. Gabe Mead comes on, also Easton Oyakan, wearing number 22. Will get himself 10 minutes or so on the pitch here. And it's stolen at the back of the line out by Adam Lee Turner. Brought down 2 metres from the line. It's got to go to the right-hand side. Will it need one more? Oh, he's knocked it on. Well, with the try line begging in a 6-ways final, I'm not sure it'll affect the result, but that could have been a huge moment for Taunton. Let's take a look at the replay. Went through the hands. They'd drawn the defenders in. It was Matthew Alvarez. He's not had many opportunities in the second half, not had many opportunities in the 22, made some really handy breaks in the first half, really relieved the pressure and set up some of those try-scoring positions. In fact, Perry's first try on the left-hand side was set up from an incisive run by Perry on the right, but with the try line begging, his chance was gone. Nathan Newton. I think if there's one thing that DMP have been guilty of in this match, it is poor decisions from the boot. They've not challenged Taunton at all with their kicking. Oh, that's wonderful hands. What a fantastic try for Owen Westhoff. What a fantastic try. It all came from the box kick that just ballooned up to the 22. They regained possession. It was the offload there. The big number 3, Callum Buchanan. Owen Westhoff, the replacement back row, hit a great line for the 7th try. Huge credit to Buchanan though. He has been an absolute force from number 3. The scrum's been rock solid. He's offered himself as a ball carrier. And there showed a lovely pair of hands too. And that one's off the post. 7 tries for Taunton then, 43-10. And with 5 minutes to go, let's talk about some of the candidates for man of the match. It's not been all doom and gloom for DMP. They've worked hard as a unit. Swimbank, the scrum half, showed some lovely feet in the first half. Of course, Harry Powell, he got the try. And he's been a real grafter from number 8. As for Taunton, well, could be one of any number of players. Finbar, Anderson, Wishart, the big number 4, any one of the front row of Jamie Guest, Callum Lane and Callum Buchanan. What a force to be reckoned with that 3 are. Vinnie Gordon, the captain, the outside centre, set up a couple of lovely tries for Will Perry, who of course scored a hat-trick himself. But for man of the match, don't think I can look any further than Connor Vickery. 3 tries, a hatful of kicks. He's relieved some pressure with that huge right boot, shown magic touches. He's going to be the man of the match. Oh, but I thought there could have been a consolation there for DMP, but it's dotted down. The under-17 bowl final man of the match is Taunton's number 10, Connor Vickery. Well, is there a consolation here for DMP? It's a better scrum from DMP. Pass just behind Sam Anderson.
Never onside. Never onside. Line. Yep.
Well, DMP are going to have a go here. They're going to throw everything at the line. Trying to get something from this final. Can one of these players get a memento from the day at Six Ways? It could be on here. With the line begging, Taunton survive. But it was another advantage coming. Have a go is the shout from the touchline, and have a go they will. Just a yard short now for DMP. They switch direction, put in all kinds of width on it. Still just short for DMP. The fullback's over the line, and he scores. Jack Hudson for Darlington Mowden Park, with what could be the final action of the match. Finally, they managed to string some phases together inside the 22. Hudson did well, was actually being driven backwards, but such was the force he got over the line with in the first place. Manages to dot it down. Second try of the match for Darlington Mowden Park. They open the scoring through Harry Powell, and they look like they've closed the scoring too, but it's not going to be enough here. Well, Hudson to convert his own try. Looks good, is good. DMP 17, Taunton 43. And still a little bit of time left in this one as well. Well, Vickery not taking any chances on that restart after the disaster that was the first one.
Number 2 without the ball, number 1. Number 1, red.
Start in the second half with a restart that actually went backwards.
Your time. You got time, let's go.
But that is certainly the only blot on his copy book today. Once again, DMP don't find touch with a kick from the penalty. Oh, Alvarez looking to go around the outside and use that electric pace. Puts boot to ball, and that is a collision on the far side. And no suggestion of an apology either.
Time off, time off.
Well, Alvarez really got to stretch his legs. Let's have a look at the replay. Went round the outside of Jack Rowlandson there. Looked to put boot to ball. No real attempt from Jack Weirs there. No attempt at a charge down or a tackle. But the referee happy that a penalty will suffice. Or is he?
I know, but it's a no arms. It's not the commitment. It's a no arms in the tackle, mate. No arms in the tackle, okay?
He's given a yellow card. I don't necessarily think that he can have any complaints about that, particularly if he sees the replay. No attempt at a tackle or a charge down.
To red. 10, please. Time on.
And Darlington, Mowden Park will finish this final with 14 players.
You make touch first. Come red, let's go. No mother's meeting now.
Well, a bit of forward consultation here. Wonder if we're going to see something interesting for these final throws of this final. Nope, just a disrupted line out.
Knock on the line out by red. No advantage to blue. Red, step forward. Thank you, sir. See boys? Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold. Let's go, sir. Don't walk it.
Harry Powell still going from number 8. Real workhorse back rower. Oh, and that's a lovely clean break from Jack Hudson. Gets through, finds the offload. Josh Armstrong. But it's been turned over by Taunton.
Leave it, boys.
Once again, they found a way to snuff out the danger.
Leave it, thank you.
Little dab to the corner from Connor Vickery. And that is full time. The referee deciding no need to prolong the misery any longer for DMP. They've come up against a quality Taunton side today. It was hard work for Taunton in the semi-final. It took a last-minute drop goal from Connor Vickery. He was the star of the show that day, and he has been the star of the show again today. Full time from Six Ways. Taunton RFC 43, Darlington Mowden Park 17. Taunton are the champions. Welcome to Sixways Stadium, home of the Worcester Warriors, and today home of the RFU Under-17s National Cup Final. Lymm RFC versus Tonbridge Juddians. Lymm, the champions in 2009, got through a tight semi-final against Birmingham Moseley, 22-21 to book their place here. They're facing a Tonbridge Juddians side who scored 89 and conceded just 24 en route to Sixways. An absolutely thrilling final, just moments away. Lymm have had to make a few changes going into this final, a few last-minute changes, but speaking to the coaches, they're confident they have a strong enough squad with enough depth to put on a fantastic display in front of the crowd here. It's been a thrilling day so far. We've had 3 finals. We've had the Shield, the Bold and the Plate. But now it is time for the main event. Lymm against Tonbridge. Lymm in the green and black. Tonbridge Juddians in the red with the white and blue trim. The referee's whistle goes and we are underway. 35-minute halves with no draws. If it's a draw at full time, the team with the most tries scored will win. If the team have the same amount of tries, it's the team with the most goals. And if we still don't get a winner, then it's the team who scored the first points will be the Under-17 Cup champions here at Sixways. So early knock on there from Tonbridge Juddians. Early free kick then, infringement at the scrum. Referee stamping his authority in this one. And Reese Lilly offloads to Christos Nikou. One of the changes, he originally lined up at blind side and was shifted to the open side just moments before kick-off. Takes his second carry in quick succession, does Nikou. Alice Vickery. That's been turned over though by Tonbridge. That's well gathered by the fullback Will Buckley, who's bundled into touch. So a quick rundown of the team then for Lymm. The front row is Tom Taylor, Oliver Holmes, and the captain is James Sherlock. In the second row, Alice Vickery's got number 5 on. Adam Whitehead comes in for Max Yor. They're at 4 and 5. Max Yor shifts to the back row at 6. Christos Nikou at 7. And Reese Lilly at 8. As Tonbridge come up towards the 10-metre line but concede the penalty into the backs. Stainton and Hughes at 9 and 10. Will Caldwell at 11. Thomas Merrick at 14 and Will Buckley at 15. They make up the back 3. Then Declan Grogan's at inside centre, but he's wearing 13. Then Joseph Murphy is at outside centre, but he is wearing 21. As for Tonbridge, Jake Brinton, Ollie Brinton and Bobby Bratton, they're 1, 2, 3, but Brinton is in a blank shirt at hooker. Josh Hartman at 4, Alfie Scopes at 5, Guy Kennedy 6, Harry Carley 7 and the vice-captain Jack Harvey at 8. Matteo Petrozzi at 9 and the captain is James Gardner at 10. Adi Lapidi at 11. Harrison Walker at 12, Tom Kendrick 13, Ollie Kay at 14, and Toby Seal is the fullback in red. So it's scrappy for Lymm at the moment, but Reese Lilly adds a little bit of calm to proceedings as Christos Nikou can tell already in these opening 5 minutes that he's going to have a busy afternoon. And another penalty conceded by Tonbridge. And a gesture at the sticks. And we're going to have the opening attempt at goal from the team in green. Nick Hughes, the head coach of Lymm, before the match said that he was delighted and very proud to be representing the north of England on this national level. An amazing achievement from Lymm, really. They were champions here in 2009. And for a village, just 10,000 people, but a great rugby club that brings the whole village together. Plenty of them have made the journey down. And if you're watching at home, a very warm welcome. Here's George Hughes then. The first attempt at goal of the Under-17 Cup final. It's high enough, it's long enough, but it just drifts wide. And it remains Lymm 0, Tonbridge Juddians 0. Bit of a let off there for Tonbridge then, giving away a few unnecessary penalties, but escaping without conceding as that one's gathered by Will Caldwell on the left wing for Lymm. This time it's Tonbridge who get the penalty though. Petrozzi the fullback, sorry, Petrozzi the scrum half, should I say. A real live wire. Expecting to see plenty of him today. Featured in the Champions Trophy for Tonbridge School. And they go short at the line out. Josh Hartman takes it down the narrow side. Petrozzi finds a second row partner, Alfie Scopes. That's good quick ball as well. It's a little bit lateral, but how about that for an inside ball? Adi Lipardi goes round the outside. He's going to finish it, and that's going to be the opening score. Tonbridge cut Lymm to ribbons with the first opportunity to do so. Drifting left, it all looked too lateral. Then Adi Lipardi cuts an inside line. And there was no touching him once he burst that first tackle round the outside. And that is a punishing finish from the Tonbridge number 11. Well, that is a wake-up call for Lymm. They know they're in a game here. Tonbridge showing no mercy. The first real attack. And they've managed to execute that. Here comes the conversion attempt. Good strike, splits the posts. And it's Tonbridge 7, Lymm 0. That's Ollie Brinton, the hooker in the blank shirt, who brings it down. There's the try scorer, Lipedi. Bundled into touch. Congested line out, and this time it's Lymm who go to the front. And that's been turned over as well. Josh Hartman, the second rower, with the strong work. Petrozzi finds Scopes, gets up over the gain line, in between the 10-metre and the halfway line. Generating such quick ball at the moment, Tonbridge. Guy Kennedy up over the halfway line. Scopes again, gets the offload away, but it goes to ground off Lipedi. Well, there are 3 Lymm players down here. One receiving a little bit of treatment. Can't see who that is at the moment, but Harry Stainton, the scrum half, and Oliver Holmes, the hooker, both just had a little lie down there. 10.5 minutes gone. It's been pretty intense as well, just that one score. Adi Lipedi getting over the whitewash after he hit a great line from an inside ball. It's a good conversion from Toby Seal as well. The floodlights on here at Six Ways now. We started today in glorious sunshine, but the conditions have gradually deteriorated. Thankfully for all concerned, the rain has stopped, but that is temporarily going to be the end of the final for Lymm's number 5 Ellis Vickery. That's Edward Leatherbarrow who comes on to replace him. He was initially due to start at open side flanker, but as Lymm shuffled the deck, he was put on the bench, but now he's got on a little bit quicker than he thought he was going to, as Ollie Brinton smashes forward. 12 minutes gone here. The powerhouse that is Guy Kennedy. Destructive running from him again. Ollie Brinton again on the 10-metre line. Alfie Scopes still can't quite get away from the tacklers, but that line you see on your screen is the 22. Here's Lipedi again, trying to go around the outside. Gets the offload away, and what a pickup that is. It is all Tonbridge at the moment. The number 8, vice-captain Jack Harvey. His first real impact ball in hand. Tonbridge stopped 4 metres short. Petrozzi. A little dummy inside. That'll be the second try. The captain, James Gardner, from outside half, gets the ball from Petrozzi. Dummies left, splits the defence, and makes it Tonbridge Juddians 12, Lymm 0. Let's take another look at this. Lovely flat ball from the scrum half. Step off the left foot. It was Harrison Walker who managed to fix two defenders with his line. James Gardner sensed that he'd done all the hard work. All he had to do was glide through the gap. And that's exactly what he did. Tonbridge Juddians 12. Lymm 0. Well, the wind still causing a little bit of trouble out there. A little bit old school, where you've got someone carrying on the tee and having to put a finger on the ball. But that does not bother Toby Seal. He is 2 kicks from 2. And Tonbridge have had a lightning start. Approaching the first 15 minutes here, Lymm not able to get a foothold in this game thus far. Oh, what a catch that is, under pressure. Josh Hartman. Jack Harvey. Petrozzi puts boot to ball this time. Kick high into the sky. It's fumbled by Lepedi, but puts the footwork on. Oh, he's difficult to stop. 3, 4 defenders. Eventually the fourth brings him down, but he gets the offload away. Guy Kennedy. Drilled into the hands of Ollie Brinton by the scrum half. And it's wave after wave of red attack at the moment. Lymm need to dig in, and they've won the penalty there. Alfie Scopes guilty of holding on. But that's a missed kick. Lymm can't be affording to make mistakes like that. And the fullback, Toby Seal, gets it to Petrozzi, who gets lined up. Or should I say Harrison Walker gets lined up. But it goes forward. And a bit of field position here for Lymm. It was Petrozzi trying to put width on it, but the pass was read, and Harrison Walker took a bit of a smash there. Harry Stainton with the put-in. Not had a lot of opportunity as the Lymm scrum half. But they're into the 22 here. It's Michael Murphy, the outside centre. Not sure how deliberate that kick was, but it's an excellent chase from the substitute. Edward Leatherbarrow chases his own grubber, trying to pin Tonbridge inside their own 22. They're 5 metres from their own try line, but they do have the ball. When the clearance kick does eventually come, it's going to be into that pretty stiff wind. Petrozzi passes the ball back. There is the kick, and it's a terrible miss kick as well. Just about finds touch. But the first real test of the Tonbridge defence here. Oliver Holmes with the throw. Shortened numbers line out here for Lymm. And again, they've gone to the front. Tom Taylor it was that secured the ball. All a bit static from Lymm, but they're still in possession. 6 metres from the line, 15 metres from the touchline. Moved out wide on the short ball. Leatherbarrow again. He's been busy since coming on. Switched inside. Well, Lymm crying out for it on the left-hand side. Just a metre from the line. Bit of white line fever there. Now all of a sudden the numbers are all right. It has to go, but it doesn't. Will they come to ruin that, or will they get the try? They will get the try. Lymm comes straight back. It's Joseph Murphy. Or is it? The referee wants to have a chat with his assistant, but he does award the try. There was that hectic kind of fear there from Lymm. Let's have another look. Great step off the right foot from Joseph Michael Murphy. Manages to get the ball down, and boy oh boy if he hadn't have done there. There were 3 men outside him to the right hand side. He ignored them, he backed his power, and he's got Lymm straight back into this cup final. Oh, there was a hand on that, you know. There was an attempt at the charge down, and he got fingertips to it. The Tonbridge number 8. It's Jack Harvey, he's the vice-captain. Not quite enough to stop it going over the sticks. But nothing puts the fear of God into a kicker quite like that happening. But game on. Again, touch not found by Lymm. So Jack Harvey take the ball into contact on the 10-metre line. Lymm player trapped in an offside position as the clock ticks towards 22 minutes. Petrozzi with the put-in. And more space up the left-hand side here. Toby Seal up over the 10-metre line, trying to go around the outside, has to put the brakes on, but Tonbridge are back inside the 22. Jack Harvey again, but has the ball been turned over? No, says the referee. Lymm being naughty there, getting the hands in when they shouldn't. And they gesture towards the posts. So the chance for Toby Seal to make it 3 from 3 and extend the lead. Just taking the sting out of Lymm a little bit. They look dangerous with those sweeping counter-attacks though. Strong passes in midfield, they'll send a few dummy runners through, then all of a sudden they've got options, they've got dangerous runners, they're making yards. Side foot from Toby Seal is good enough for 3 points. Tonbridge Juddians 17, Lymm 7. Trotzy once again telling the forwards exactly where he wants them before finding Alfie scopes. Not particularly clean from Tonbridge, but they rescue the situation. Box kick up over the halfway line, has to be taken at pace. And the fullback has done well there, Will Buckley. And the Tonbridge defender's done well to keep that legal too. The Rangers starting to come down here in Worcester again. There's good length on that kick. It's turned the fullback and the right winger. But the bounce goes in Tonbridge's favour. And Ollie Kay can compose himself for long enough to find touch over on that far side. So the wind blowing in Lymm's favour in this half. And that's well gathered from Lymm as they have their latest a chance to mount an attack. A little bit scrappy on the halfway line. Good defensive pressure from Tonbridge, forces boot to ball. Again, it goes high, but it's well gathered. But the referee not happy with Tonbridge's defence, a little bit too eager on the defensive lift, perhaps. George Hughes doesn't fancy the sticks this time, despite the assistance of the wind. A long way out for an under-17s player. And conditions-wise, it's turning into quite a miserable afternoon out there. Big line out here then for Lymm. Great field position just outside the opposition 22. Leather Barrow into the 22. It was one of his surging runs that led to the first try. Again, short ball this time to Declan Grogan. Switch back inside to the prop forward, the captain, James Sherlock, eventually brought down 3 metres from the line. Lymm really knocking on the door here, has to go through the hands. Instead, they skip it out wide. So close to the line, but brought down inches short. And Tonbridge get the penalty. That's a chance gone begging for Lymm. Again, it just had to go through the hands. They threw the miss pass, the chance was gone. And I stand corrected when I thought the referee had given a penalty there. The ball actually had gone down. That is a try to Lymm. Let's take a look at that again. When the referee's hand has gone up, I thought he was awarding the penalty to Tonbridge, but no, he consulted with his touch judge, who says the ball has gone down and this final is very much alive. Lymm 12, Tonbridge 17. Oh, and the conversion glances the post. That's a fantastic effort from the touchline, but they still trail by 5. Well, huge credit to Lymm, because it seemed for swathes of this first half that they've come under all kinds of pressure from Tonbridge, but they've survived it and they've managed to get 2 scores. And it's only the kicks that separate the teams after half an hour. Lymm 12, Tonbridge Juddians 17. But what they do need to do is be careful with those loose kicks in midfield. Here's the try scorer, Adi Lipedi. Brought down. Ball goes to ground off Bobby Bratton, but the referee happy enough that it's gone backwards before James Gardner gets it back to Petrozzi, who just dabs it into the corner. And a good kick chase from Tonbridge. Bundles Lymm into touch on the 22. And Lymm will be very aware that they're in this match, but conceding at this point with under 5 minutes to go until half time would be an absolute hammer blow. Ollie Brinton then with the throw, goes to the back, and that's good ball. Around gather the forwards to march them into the 22. And they've got the penalty. And with the 3 points on offer that would put them more than a converted score ahead, they've decided to go for the corner. Petrozzi goes digging. Is it going to open up again here for the outside half? Not this time, but Petrozzi's in there quickly. Ollie Kay steps his way into trouble, but the referee's going to take them all the way back. Petrozzi puts his skates on. He wants to go quickly, but there are some Lymm players ready. Petrozzi goes for the line himself. The ball's broken free and it's back with Lymm. They've turned that over. But in the act of trying to score, Petrozzi knocked the ball on. It was then knocked on by a Lymm player, so they will have the put-in at the scrum. Danger still not clear for Lymm with half-time looming. Tonbridge attempting to get the shove on. Once again, Lymm don't go for touch, and it's shoveled infield. Little chip to the corner. Where there's space, who's that going to break for? Oh, it was a foot race, 14 against 14. Referee just checking his watch there. He's not going to blow his whistle for half-time yet, so Lymm not off the hook. Under real pressure inside their 22. If they can withstand this onslaught and go in 5 points behind, they'll very much fancy their chances in the second half of this Under-17s Cup. Oh, big pressure on the scrum there from Tonbridge. Again cleared upfield. Again they choose not to go for touch. Here's Toby Seal. Off the outside of the boot. Not sure if that's where he wanted it to go, but wowee! That's some handy feet and hands there from Lymm. Lepady. Little shimmy inside, then out. Skips through one tackle, bounces off another. God, he really is a handful. Bratton. Gardner just takes his eyes off the prize for a second, and Lepady picks up the pieces. Gets to another tackle. This time it's Leatherbarrow. Gathered on the second attempt. Oh, lovely offload up the left-hand side. Dragged down yards short of the line, Guy Kennedy. Action stations for the Lymm defence here just before half-time. This would be a hammer blow to concede here. But if Tonbridge do get the try, you can't say it hasn't been coming. And Lymm survived that final test before half-time. Lymm 12, Tonbridge Juddians 17 here. Lepady got the opening score when he cut a beautiful line inside. Gardner made it 12-0 before Seal converted to make it 14. After that, Murphy got the first try of Lymm's campaign. That was converted by Hughes. Seal then got the penalty to make it 17-7, and there was that try on the right-hand side when it looked like they could have butchered the opportunity to make it 12-7 at half-time. And a fascinating 35 minutes coming up here at Six Ways. Don't go anywhere.
conversation.
It's definitely on.
It wasn't when you passed it to me. It was just
Yeah,
The players make their way out of the changing rooms for the second half of this RFU Under-17 National Cup final. Lymm 12, Tonbridge Juddians 17. This one very much in the balance. At 14-0, looked like Tonbridge could run away with this one. But Lymm dug in, found two scores of their own. But Rory Foster, a half-time change there. Yes, loses his footing. And I'm not sure he'll want to watch that one back.
Let's go, Tonbridge. Mark's here.
But he'll need to shake himself off now because he's got some defending to do. Of course, these players put on such a great show for us. It's easy to forget that they're still under-17s. Playing in a big arena of Warriors, of course.
Knock on. Ball was used on that occasion.
So we will forgive
If they
the
do that, you've got
mistake.
if it goes to the back, it must be used, all right? Okay. Used it that time, yeah, to make it a bit clearer for me. There we are. Let's make sure we're not leaving the line out, okay?
First scrum of the second half then. And what a scrum it is from Tonbridge as well, marching the Lymm pack backwards. Reset. Lymm need to find something here. A couple of changes at half time. Again, the Lymm scrum going backwards, but they managed to get the ball out. And it's a rushed clearance, but a good clearance nonetheless. But Lymm still inside their 22. Ollie Brinton in the blue scrum cap.
Make sure we're driving nice and straight scrums, hips are staying in.
Will get us restarted here. 5 in the line for Tonbridge. That's good clean ball for Petrozzi to find the captain Gardner, who moves it along to Tom Kendrick. Eventually brought down. About 16 metres from the try line, bang in front of the posts. Alfie Scopes. Ball inside. Finds Lepedi. Brought down 5 metres from the line. Works so hard in those short spaces, but up and over the line. Josh Hartman, the second rower, takes Tonbridge over 20 points. Petrozzi finds Guy Kennedy. Brilliant, powerful finish from the back row. Guy Kennedy extends the lead, takes it up to 10 points. Always felt as though the first score of this second half would be vital. It's a long way back for Lymm now. Especially when Toby Seals kicking like that. Tonbridge, Juddians 24, Lymm 12. Well, the ball finding touch from the kickoff handed the advantage to Tonbridge straight away. And they didn't take their foot off the gas until they got over the try line. Now, how do Lymm respond? Well, all the bounces going Tonbridge's way at the moment. It was a good chase from Jack Harvey. Alfie Scopes spills it forward this time. He was one of their key performers in the first half. Alfie Scopes. Big, hard-working second row. Thunders forward with the ball. Great option in the line-out too. Good chase from the open side, Harry Carley. Oh, and here come Lymm. Look at that footwork there. From Leatherbarrow, gets the offload away as well. This more like it from Lymm into the 22. Dragged down. It was a great chase from Ollie Kay. But this is the response that Lymm needed. It's Jack Ratcliffe, who was on the shoulder to make the break. They're marching 5 metres out. Lots of Tonbridge bodies in there as well. Great response from Lymm. Have a look at this though. Lovely offload into the bread basket for Jack Ratcliffe. Excellent chase back from the right winger, Ollie Kay. But we're back underway. Lymm, well, in the 22, they try and go short, and that's an excellent tackle from Tom Kendrick. Lymm want to go quickly again. This dangerous for Tonbridge as Lymm go through the hands and get the try. It's the substitute, Rory Foster, makes up for that mistake from the kickoff by getting over the whitewash. Well, that's a bit of karma from the big referee in the sky there. Look at this, the forwards putting the ball through the hands. The prop to the flanker, to the substitute. And Lymm find a way to get back into this game again. perfect response. 3 tries apiece. This really is an excellent final with plenty of time on the clock too. Just 7 minutes of the second half gone already. We've had 2 second half tries. Not the easiest of conversions for George Hughes. That one into the wind, goes across the face of the goal. So 3 tries apiece. But the boot of Toby Seal means that Tonbridge Juddians have a 7-point lead. Lymm 17, Tonbridge 24. Remember, there's no extra time, so were Lymm to get a converted try and it finished 24 all, then having scored more tries, Lymm would be the cup champions. The captain, James Sherlock, does well there. Saw that there was a chance of an accidental offside, so just changed his line. He played a key part in the build-up to that try. All of a sudden, it's Lymm dishing the back door out, offloads. Joseph Murphy, the big centre, taking it in there. Some numbers here for Lymm. They might run out of space. But the second rower, wearing number 4, Adam Whitehead, goes dancing through the midfield. Oh, but that's an excellent tackle there on Christos Nikou. And the bounce has gone Lymm's way. There were cries of no from the backline when they put boot to ball, but they've managed to get it back. All of a sudden, it's a green wave. Chipping for the corner. Was that the right option? Only the end of this foot race will tell. Oh, that's well gathered, but well chased too. Josh Hartman brought down 5 metres from his own line. Now, how will Tonbridge deal with this kind of pressure inside their own 22? This game has just gone up a level in the last 5 minutes. Lipidi looks for the offload, but finds the ground instead. And Tonbridge put boot to ball. That's a huge kick. But Will Buckley will return it with interest. Steps inside, Petrozzi makes a good tackle round the ankles. And manages to pick up the loose ball as well. Great work from the Juddian scrum half. Picked up by Guy Kennedy, scorer of that second half try. Once again, it's Alfie Scopes. Tonbridge just trying to restore some order here. And just as they look as though they're going to do that, Lymm apply the pressure and the ball hits the deck. Well, what a final we have here. Substitution for Juddians. Dan Tier comes on. We're in number 20. Once again, Tonbridge get the nudge on in the scrum, but Lymm find a way out of the back, and Joseph Murphy makes his way up towards the halfway line. Real melee of bodies there, but Tonbridge just guilty. And a few mistakes at the breakdown, creeping in to the game of the team in red. Will Diaz then in number 16 marches onto the pitch for Tonbridge Juddians. Lymm joining the line out late, and that's good, clean ball, and options in the midfield as well. Edward Leatherborough, he was an early substitution, but he really has had a positive effect on this game. It's Murphy again, giant centre, forced sideways though, put under huge pressure there by Alfie Scopes. Again, Tonbridge with the infringement at the breakdown, and having dominated large periods of this match, all of a sudden the atmosphere's changed. There's a lot of communication, a lot of noise coming from Tonbridge, especially out wide. Will Buckley then trying to go round the outside, nearly gets there too, but he's scragged into touch by a combination of Lepedi and his opposite number, Toby Seal. There's a bit more of a spring in the step of Lymm here. Perhaps they sense that their opponents are tiring. Still plenty of time in this under-17s cup final. Our clock ticks over 50 minutes. Jack Harvey gathers at the front of the line. Ball goes to ground, and it's another unforced error from Tonbridge. Coughing up possession just outside their own 22. In the opening 15 minutes of the second half, Lymm certainly having the lion's share of the territory, and that's a more solid scrum from the Greens as well. Declan Grogan finds Joseph Michael Murphy, who gets held up. This needs to keep moving forward here, otherwise Lymm are in trouble. And Tonbridge finally makes something happen in defence. That'll be a real relief to them because they were under the cosh. Just a little bit too upright in the tackle there from Lymm. Matteo Petrozzi receives the ball and shifts it out wide to the danger man, the left winger, skips past one, skips past two, and he's scragged down again. And the ball's gone forward. Adi Lepedi looks so dangerous when he gets the ball in space like that. But as he went to ground, the ball rolled forward. Tell you what, respect to the referee, he was bang in line with that. He's got to get his skates on to keep up with those two. Matteo Petrozzi releasing Adi Lipedi. Lymm scrambling back. It was Jack Ratcliffe wearing number 26 who made the tackle. The captain, James Sherlock, barrels forward. All of a sudden, it's just a bit more intense from both sides here. So Lymm make their way up towards the 10-metre line. Putting boot to ball, turning the left winger. Got his fullback to his right-hand side, but he's going to have a run himself up over the 22. This is dangerous for Lymm. Up over the halfway line, finds a good pass as well. The inside centre, Harrison Walker into the 22. Tonbridge have found another lease of life here. On the blind side. Well, that's a good tackle there from Joseph Murphy. There are some tired bodies out there. Two or three Lymm players down, sucking in some oxygen. Got my eye on Adi Lipedi. He's stretching out his hamstrings. Spending a lot of time pretty static and then going from 0 to 100%. Well, just over 15 minutes to go. There's Petrozzi there, takes a drink. It's been a little bit quieter in the second half. It's just the awareness of players like him. Knew to go quickly, got the ball from his vice-captain Jack Harvey. Then it was just the one pass to release Lipedi, and that's been a turning point. Lymm were getting a foothold in the game. They were dominating possession, dominating territory. And since that break, it's given Tonbridge a chance to get back into it, as there's a foot in touch over on the far side. Tom Taylor wearing number 1. Takes the field of play for Lymm.
You off? Okay, number 4, yeah. Yeah, no, okay. Time on. Green on the line. Yep. Red, let's go. Use it!
Well, Lymm attempting not to contest that line out, but that's lovely hands from Tonbridge Juddians, but just goes to ground at the last minute, and that's some brave play on the floor as well. Alfie Scopes. He threatens every time he gets the ball in hand. Surely it has to be, and it is. Second try of the match for Adi Lipedi from much shorter range this time, but he's unstoppable from there. Had two men outside him. Lymm couldn't commit the numbers they needed to, and Tonbridge take another step towards cup glory here. Quick ball from Petrozzi, skips out three players, a step off the left foot and an explosion off the right. Adi Lipedi makes it 4 tries for Tonbridge, 2 tries for himself, 29 points to 17. It's another straight and true strike from the fullback. Toby Seal. Absolutely flawless with the boot. 4 conversions and a penalty. 5 from 5 for the Tonbridge number 15. Really important score that as well, because following the first Tonbridge try of the half, it's been Lymm's best period in the game. Oh, look at that. 1, 2 sat down. Nearly 3 as well. Brutal running from Will Diaz, the substitute. It's a good chase on the kick as well. Toby Seal chasing the kick. Will Buckley having to kick it on the turn. Archie Danvers takes his place on the pitch for Tonbridge Juddians. And on comes Aaron Hussein for Lymm. Harrison Walker who makes way for Tonbridge. Solid display from the inside centre. He'll be pretty happy with his day's work. Here comes Alfie Scopes once again. Barnstorming run from the number 5. And it's on here for Tonbridge. Well, the whole touchline was screaming for that ball to be released. But just as it was for moments in the first half, it's wave after wave of red attack at the moment. Ollie Brinton carried it in there. Petrozzi's in there again. And what a handful Will Diaz is. He's over the line, but he's held up. He is an unstoppable force, ball in hand. And that'll be Petrozzi's last action of the match as he limps off. Ed Ansell takes his place on the pitch for Tonbridge Juddians. And Saad Khalil, wearing number 16, takes his bow for Lymm, who needs to make something happen here. Tom Kendrick then, wearing 13, fills in at scrum half. Now, we said they needed to make something happen, Lymm. They've won that scrum against the head. Inside the final 10 minutes here. Some hands in there from Tonbridge. But at the moment, they are in the right part of the pitch. Still plenty of time provided Lymm can get a score pretty quickly.
Substitution.
The replacement hooker, Neil Llewellyn. He went short there. Referee not happy with the gap though, so I'll have to reset that one. Goes to the front. Tough one to gather for the outside half, and he's forced backwards again. It's Alfie Scopes. What a match he's had from second row. Often not a particularly glamorous position, the second row, but Alfie Scopes' work rate has been immense. Oh, a little dummy there, and it could open up for Lymm. The fullback's there. Who's chasing this one, and which way is it going to bounce? Now, this is the territory that Lymm need. Tonbridge been on the front foot for the last 5 or 6 minutes. And they have a 14-point lead. However, in the event of Lymm getting 2 converted scores to make it 31 apiece, Lymm would be champions. There are no draws at this level. Just the team that scores the most tries, if it's a draw, is the victor. If they're not separated by the most tries, it'll be the most goals, but of course in this instance it would have to be the most tries. But Tonbridge Juddians get out of jail the best way possible. There's an advantage coming here. The ball went forward. Well, with 5 minutes to go, let's start talking about the man of the match. First of all, let's talk about Lymm. James Sherlock, the captain, he's led by example in the orange scrum cap, the number 3. Christos Nikou at 7, he had a really quick, powerful start. Set the tone, and Ed Leatherbarrow, well, he came on earlier than perhaps they thought he would. He's had a great game with ball in hand, real workhorse. Joseph Murphy, 21, probably the pick of the bunch for Lymm. We could still have a part to play here, but that's excellent pressure from Archie Danvers, the substitute, who makes the tackle and stops Lymm in their tracks. Big performance for Tonbridge. Matteo Petrozzi's kept things ticking over before he went off. 2 tries, of course, for Adi Lepede. Toby Seal, his boot and his counter-attack running has been absolutely sensational. However, the workhorse crashing over the gain line, brilliant ball carrier. My man of the match is Tonbridge's number 5, Alfie Scopes. I think he's been absolutely exemplary. And as I said, not particularly fashionable to be a second row these days, but he's done a superb job today. The cup final man of the match, Tonbridge's number 5, Alfie Scopes.
One red, move over. Thank you.
But can Lymm put the cat among the pigeons here? A score could really set up a grandstand finish. It's still moving forward. Now it goes to ground, but it's been turned over. Huge play there from Jack Harvey. He's been another fantastic performer for Tonbridge today. All action number 8. Oh, and what a kick chase as well. The bounce has gone their way, but Archie Danvers turned the ball on. Here is the man of the match, having another go. Offload out of the back door. And there's that boot of Toby Seal we talked about, pinning Lymm into the corner. He's carried that over as well. That's going to be a scrum 5. And surely that's the ball game gone now for Tonbridge. More subs for Tonbridge Juddians. Max Townsend, he's in the blank shirt. 19 is Nick Leopold. They're going to get a taste of the action for the final couple of minutes. Lymm have got a foot on this here. They've turned that one over again. As you were, they've carried that one over and dotted it down. And Harry Stainton, the scrum half, he stayed down. He's gone through a lot of running, a lot of action as the Lymm number 9. It's been a good cup final and an excellent day here at Sixways Stadium. I think the individuals in the Tonbridge Juddians team have been the difference. We kick things off today with the Shield, where Henley were crowned champions after a 17-13 victory over Bromsgrove. Then it was a virtuoso display from scrum half that meant that Chester swept aside old Albanian. And then 2 hat-tricks for Taunton players in their victory over Darlington at Mowden Park. So 3 champions, Henley, Chester, Taunton, are going to be joined by Tonbridge Juddians as winners here at Sixways Stadium today in RFU Under-17 National Cup Finals Day. Kendrick with the put-in. Goes a little bit better for them this time. They've lost the last couple against the head. And now acres of space on the left-hand side. Toby Seal gets over the whitewash. He's been flawless with the boot, and he gets a try to add to his tally too. A complete performance from the Juddians number 15. Acres of space. Whipped pass out off the right hand of the captain, James Gardner. Toby Seal runs in the try, pretty much unopposed. The 5th try of the match for Tonbridge Juddians, 36-17 with the conversion to come. Had I not already awarded man of the match, I think that try might have snatched it for Toby Seal. But I'm sticking to my guns. Alfie Scopes don't very often get second rowers winning man of the match awards. Oh, and he's kicked another conversion as well, and that's full time. A virtuoso fullback performance from Toby Seal. And 1-22, Tonbridge Juddians were a class act full time here at Sixways Stadium, and perhaps a bit of a harsh scoreline on Lymm RFC. They've played their part in what was a much better final than the scoreline suggests. Lymm 17, Tonbridge Juddians 38 at full time here from Sixways. Well, it was a flying start from Tonbridge Juddians. They raced out to a 14-0 lead. And that was where the damage was done, really. Lymm always playing catch-up, but found a way to hang in there the whole time. Brought it back to 14-7, then 12-17. Then, having conceded the early try, the nightmare start to the second half, They managed to get the score to make it 17-24. But just as they were looking to get a foothold in the game, that was when Tonbridge Juddians really pulled away. Adi Lepedi got over the whitewash from short range. And there was that flawless boot of Toby Seal, converted every try and added the penalty as well. What a performance from him. A tight tunnel and a huge amount of respect shown by Tonbridge Juddians, but of course it's easy to do that when you've just won. This will be a day that will live long in the memory of those players in red and blue. Their celebrations at the full-time whistle showed us that. But like the true sportsmen that they are, Lymm show their respects to Tonbridge Juddians, and able to repeat the successes of 2009. But still, to get this far to the final of the Under-17s Cup. A village of just 10,000 people, Lymm. And I've no doubt they'll be back, but today it is all about Tonbridge Juddians, the Under-17s Cup champions. Well, the final presentations of the day then. The gold medals, the man of the match, and of course the cup trophy to Tonbridge Juddians. They're all getting their gold medals there and slowly but surely reforming the team behind a winner's banner. Winners are grinners, as they say. Huge smiles on the faces of the Tonbridge Juddians, and why not? Not many people get the opportunity to win a national trophy. Could be the highlight of some of their careers. There was my man of the match, number 5, Alfie Scopes, getting his medal. And there's the captain, James Gardner, with the trophy. Now, he's going to have to pose for the photos with that trophy. The rest of the team awkwardly looking over, thinking, come on, bring it here. We want to lift it. We want to start the celebrations. But there are the smiles with the dignitaries first. A winning captain with a gold medal around his neck and a trophy in his hand. That's what every club wants. And he's told to come on. The rest of the boys want the trophy. The under-17 national champions will lift the trophy at some point, I promise you, but Tonbridge Juddians. And there it is, worthy winners, a brilliant performance. And your under-17 RFU National Cup champions, Tonbridge Juddians. Trophy lifts are like buses, aren't they? You wait for one, then two come along. A brilliant day today. Thank you for joining us here at Six Ways Stadium. 4 new champions. And in the bottom right of your screen, the Cup champions. Full time from Six Ways, Tonbridge Juddians 38, Lymm 17.